Soca, I love you. Yeah, well, I love you. I love you. Bobachela bonga banye. Ubuting tanda wena wetwa nje. Soca, I love you. Something about this music, yeah.
What them stop? Say what them stop. I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop. Taking over my soul is the kind of feeling that I cannot control. Messing with my body, messing with my mind. Every time it hit me, man, I just start to whine. Just leave me alone. Please don't bother me. Just stay out the way.
Leave me alone. Oh, my head in a mess. I feel I possess. Cause I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop.
I'm jumping up and down on the road like a jumbie.
Falling down on myself like a junkie.
Whining all in the bed like a jumbie.
This thing go.
I out on patrol, 3-0 in my hand, looking for a veto to jump up in a van. I don't have no worries, I don't have no fear. I having the best time, hands up in the air.
And I feel my skin will get well, cause I can be in the tail, but I don't care.
I don't care. I ain't come here to fail.
I want everybody just leave me alone. When you see me, please don't bother me. Just stay out the way.
Leave me alone. Oh, my head in a mess. I feel I possess. Cause I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop. What them stop? Say what them stop.
I can't stop. Say I can't stop.
I jumping up and down on the road like a jumbie.
Falling down on myself like a junkie.
Whining all in the bed like a jumbie.
This thing gone to my head like a junkie.
Oh yeah yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah
The girls in town like the way how I sing my song. You hear? They love to cool when I sing them a soca tune. So come on, I want you to come home with me and sing. I would like you to prove you're the soca king. Sweet soca. The girls in town say they want me to wear a crown for them, but I sing my song just to please all the folks around. They say, honey child, I want to see the baranga why. I know you like to tease, and I know you could really please. And I'm singing, I'm the baron, they call me the sweet soca man. When I jam you, I know you will understand. All the boys in the town want to knock me down, 'cause they know I'm the king of the action around. Hey.
A wonderful good night to you, the folks of the city of Bridgetown, and indeed all of the other constituencies in Barbados who have come here tonight to hear the truth. I did nothing but the truth, so help me God. I ask that we will bow our heads in prayer, because unless we pray, all will be lost. All the gains of the past, of the 50 years of independence, of the hundreds of years we've been a people, will be lost. Almighty God, we thank you tonight for the privilege that we can come together in a democratic society to be able to offer up our thanks and praise to you for having brought us thus far. We ask you, Lord, that you will bless all of us here tonight, the speakers, the listeners, the supporters, the residents who live in these communities. Guide us, Lord, and help us to only accept what is correct and proper, honest, and truthful, because we know, Lord, that the truth shall set us free. Bless Barbados, Lord, every individual, despite their calling, despite their race or status in life, their age or size or color. We are all proud Barbadians, and we ask you, Lord, that we will continue to work together to make this country one of the best in this entire hemisphere and indeed in the world. We thank you for all your wonderful mercies in Jesus' name. Hallelujah. Amen. I want to bring you greetings from St. Thomas first, and to let you know that all is well in St. Thomas. And we shall continue to lend our support to the Barbados Labour Party that has been one of the most, the most popular party in Barbados. And our last 14 years showed you the vision, the ability of our members, and indeed our leaders in the Labour Party. And to think that today we have come in and dropped into the quagmire under a clueless Democratic Labour Party. But God is good all the time. The people spoke and we have accepted it. But we know someday coming soon, the people of Barbados will wake up. And we will do what we have to do in the same democratic process that we have done it for so many decades, and no buying or selling of any votes. We want to stick to the Constitution, law and order, and do what we have to do. And so tonight, I am not a speaker. I am chairing the meeting, and my host is none other than Bishop Joseph Hatherley, who should have been the one here praying. But God has given all of us the ability to pray. And I'm sure that the bishop would have done a better job, but God has heard that prayer, because it's not about me, it's about all of us as a people. I have with me tonight one of our senior members of the Labour Party who will speak to you first. He is from rural Barbados, but let me let you know, he has been a tower of strength, coming from simple origins, as most of us in the Labour Party have come. Being a teacher at a secondary school, and then coming into active politics, representative of St. George North, time and time and time again, and for the outstanding role that he has played in the various ministries that he has headed up. I believe that again, Glenn Clark will be the representative for St. George North, God willing. As I go to introduce him fully, I just want you to know that I got one of the letters from the Prime Minister. He sent it to my house. You know that I'm an archive girl. He sent it to my house. And I smiled. I am one of the ones who believe that we should celebrate our 50th anniversary. It's a jubilee. We did it in the Barbados Labour Party. Husbands and wives do it. Families do it on the whole. Institutions do it. But we cannot get our Prime Minister to talk with us, to respond to simple letters, to respond to critical letters like the municipal waste tax letter that over 6,000 Barbadians marched up to government headquarters, hand-delivered a letter to this day, more than 2 years later, not a single acknowledgement from the Prime Minister's office. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, comrades all? The municipal waste tax is no longer a burden on your shoulders of the people of Barbados. Thanks to me and Motley and the Barbados Labour Party and all other Barbadians who felt it was an injustice to foist it on us at that time. The BHTA, they had written the Prime Minister to in 2012, And I'd asked him to have a serious, urgent meeting to discuss the current state of the industry, March the 30th, 2012. And after a lot of criticisms, the Prime Minister met with them in August, late August 2000. Critical sector, we want our Prime Minister to walk us through the victory, eat food, or I can offer my constituents or my family and friends a proper meal to eat because they've been sent home unceremoniously. That is another story. Let me bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, none other than the Honorable Glenn Clark, who is the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. And you know what's happening in agriculture. The markets, he's responsible for the markets, and of course for fish vending and so on. There are tremendous challenges, but I know that Glenn will bat his hand as he normally does. You know he's a woman's man too. He's going to bat his hand as he normally does, and I want you to welcome none other than the Honorable Glenn Clark, who will speak to you the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please welcome Glenn Clark.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good evening to the people of the city, Hunts Village, Hunts Road, Barbados Hill, New Orleans, and Baxter's Road. Special good evening to the fisher folks who are small vendors who are trying to vend their produce. Good evening to the shopkeepers and the patrons. Good evening to the BLP family. Welcome to the Barbados Labour Party's platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that we have just gone through the whole week of estimates, the government estimates for the year 2016-2017. And the government is trying to raise $2.6 billion this year, and they're going to spend over $3 billion. And you know that if you are going to raise $2.6 billion, but you're going to spend $3 billion, it means that you have to find the shortfall. And that's where we are tonight, that the government has to find more than $600 million in order to keep this country going. But tonight, I want to focus my attention mainly on agriculture. This week, the document that you see called the estimates did not contain much for the people of the city. It did not contain much for the people, the ordinary people of Hunts Village, Baxter's Road. For the people of St. George, it did not contain much for the ordinary people. There were some improvements in the estimates this year for roads in some areas. The government has borrowed some money to do some increases of roads, but very little for the fisher folks of Barbados. The grading of fish markets and the markets across Barbados, indeed agriculture in the whole, is still on the back burner of government. And I want to say to you tonight that as we go forward into this new year, into this year of 2016-2017, we have to ask ourselves if the government is truly interested in agriculture. Tonight, as I speak to you, we are importing over $600 million in foodstuff every year. Yet, over the past years, the past 7 years of the DLP rule in this country, we have seen very little prepared for agriculture and the improvement of agriculture and, of course, fisheries as well. I want to say to you that we wanted to have an examination of the agriculture sector this week. And that's why we are here, to let you know that if the government is not prepared to examine the things that are important, we will come to the people. We will come to you from time to time to let you know the truth, to let you know that the government needs to call sectors that are impact on the people. I was raised in an agricultural village in which production of yams and potatoes and sugar was important to this country. I want to say to you that many of us were supported by our families in the agricultural sector. Many of our parents worked hard on the sugar belt in order to provide secondary education for us. And it was through agriculture that built this country. I want to make this point. It was through agriculture that helped to build the Deepwater Harbor. It was through agriculture that helped to build the QEH. It was through agriculture that helped to build the modern economy as we have it today. It was through agriculture that this country became what it is today. Then we had a diversification from agriculture into service industries. But we cannot allow the foundation of this country to slip. I want to say, as you know, agriculture is hard work. But we all must be prepared to work hard in order to bring this country up. I want to say to you tonight that we have a number of young people who are still interested in agriculture. We have a number of young people who want to get into agriculture, pig farming, fish farming. They want to get into small raising of rabbits and pigs and so on. Cotton. I want to say to you tonight that the time has come for us to have a serious debate on where we are in the fishing industry. I want to say to you tonight that we have to be able to encourage people to be entrepreneurs, to use small vending to support their families. And I want to encourage you, the people, to buy local. I want to encourage the people of this country to look at what we produce first and foremost. You have to help the local industry. But I want to say to you, we were prepared to discuss agriculture. And when the time came in committee to discuss the head of agriculture, Eswick was not present. Eswick ran away. I prepared for him. I did not get a brief from him, but I did research, and we were prepared to debate. The government said they were going to debate agriculture, they were going to debate public works, and of course the AG's head. But of course, since Eswick on to discuss the AG's head first, Eswick picked up himself and ran fast. But there are plenty of problems in agriculture which we want to discuss. And I want to start first and foremost with the market complex right here, because fishing is important to Baxter's Road. Every weekend, hundreds of people have to go around and sell their fish in order to make a living. All through from Oystons to Baxter's Road. In fact, it started right here in Baxter's Road. Baxter's Road was the very first fish vending site. Many of us came down here early in the 70s to buy our fish and chicken and so on from Enid's and from the fish vendors right here across here. And we recognize that fishing is important. But tonight, when you got to buy fish at $8 a pound and then sell it at $13 a piece, this is very, very high. And you know why the fish is so high? Because the government has not spent enough time on the markets. The Bridgetown market, which was opened in 1989, we find ourselves 27 or 30 years after the fish market down there is in dilapidated state. The fish market is in dilapidated state. The many fish vendors and those persons who ply the trade, the fishermen, find it difficult to find a space for their fish, for their boats. They found it very difficult because it is a problem at the market and the government is doing very little to solve their problem. Since 2008, the government said that they were going to do something with the Bridgetown fish market. Today we have it at a very dirty fishing site. The government is spending very little money on the fish market in Bridgetown. They're spending a little to upgrade oysters. Within the estimates, they're going to spend about $2 million to upgrade the oyster fish market. But very little is going to be spent at the Bridgetown fish market. And what does that have to do with the people here at Baxter's Road? Because most of the people here, the fish vendors, must buy their fish right out of the fish market here at Bridgetown. And when they go there, there are lots of problems. They need proper ice. They need ice to make sure to keep the fish well and in healthy condition. There needs to be a cool environment. We have a situation where the fish market is dirty, dilapidated, and we need to get it upgraded. And we have been calling for the upgrade of the Bridgetown fish market for a long time. And we want to encourage the people of this part. We want to encourage the people of Baxter's Road, the people of the city, those who are involved in fishing. Just look at what is happening and ask government to spend some money in that fish market. What about the Fairchild Street market too? Fairchild Street market is really in need of refurbishing. In fact, we need a new fish market. And it was the Barbados Labour Party that told you in 2008 that we were looking at doing a full market at the Fairchild Street. But what has the government done? The government has done very little. And I want to say to you that we recognize that fishing is important. And we heard the government said since 2008 that they were going to get a fishing agreement with Trinidad. Where is the fishing agreement? We have heard Kelman, who was the ambassador to CARICOM in 2008. He was the man to put the agreement in place. Nothing has happened. And because of the declining in the fishing industry, because of the supply is so least, because the supply has dwindled, the less fish you collect, the higher the price. And the reason why fishermen are forced to sell their fish that high is because of the quantity that they collect. Most of the fishing boats are in need of reshaping. They can't get a loan. But you know when the Barbados Labour Party was in power, what was happening? The fish contribution to the Ministry of Agriculture and the GDP of Barbados was about 8% in total. 8% of the total GDP or output of the agriculture sector was in fishing. In those days, the fish output was providing over $15 million US in revenue for that sector, and agriculture contributed heavily to it. We were able to develop not only Bridgetown, Oyster, but Skeets Bay and Concept Bay. We were able to develop Paynes Bay and Western. And we were putting in place a program to ensure that we were able to export fishing and fish across the world. We were putting in place an IIDB program in order to provide health and standards for the export market. All this was scrapped by the present administration. They do not have any concern about the fishing industry. In fact, agriculture is on the back burner tonight. You look what they have done, not only in fishing, but look at other industries. Look at the sugar industry. When we left office in 2008, we were producing over 30,000 tons of sugar annually. And we were providing also a branded sugar for the people of Barbados. You had the Barbados brand. What has happened to that? Tonight, as I speak to you, we are only producing 7,000 tons of sugar in this year. 7,000 tons of sugar the government is going to produce. And you know what? They are going to build a new sugar factory costing over $500,000 Barbadian dollars to produce a sugar factory that is only going to produce 7,000 tons. I want to say to the people of the city, I know that most of you are not involved to some extent in the sugar industry, but sugar has helped us and it will continue to help us. It will provide employment for our people. It will provide employment because out of sugar, You have a lot of things that are generated. You have the molasses. You have the rum. You have a lot of things that are produced because of sugar, and we must keep it going. We must be able to put, ladies and gentlemen, about 30,000 acres of land back into sugar production. We must put land back into sugar production. If you go to St. Thomas tonight, if you go to St. John, if you go to certain parts of St. George, St. Andrew, you have land idle. Land that used to produce sugar, potatoes, yams, and all the crops. Tonight, those lands are idle. We have to put land back into production. We have to get young people back into production. And I'll tell you this now, that there's still a number of opportunities for young people to be involved in agriculture. With government assistance, we were able to provide assistance for young farmers through the Rural Development Commission. In fact, there was a time when we were able to give over $150,000 a year to small enterprises who want to set up little agriculture, who want to raise chickens, who want to raise pigs and so on. We were able to provide this. Tonight, many people would like to get into farming, but they do not have the resources. How many of you would like to get into own your own little business? And we want to encourage you. We want to encourage people to grow their own thyme, grow their own lettuce, grow their own cabbages, at least grow a few. This will help cut back on the import bill. We have to be able to put this country back to work. I want to remind you, as I've said in the opening, that it was agriculture that have started this country, and they want to see families returning to agriculture. That's why the debate must continue. We must have the debate to encourage people back into agriculture. We want to be able to sustain not only agriculture, the sugar industry, but we have to sustain the other sectors, the non-sugar agriculture, cotton. We have to sustain fishing. We have to sustain the other parts of agriculture. Those are the ones that help us and bring in lots of foreign exchange to this country. But we also want to discuss with the government, what is the government doing in terms of pre-deal larceny. Tonight, as I speak to you, pre-deal larceny is a big problem, not only in Barbados, but throughout the Caribbean. Many persons are fearful because if they get into agriculture, then they stand the risk of losing their crops. And we know it is a problem. We want to return Barbados to a stage where if you want to collect something, you want some fruits, you ask your neighbor for it. We want to encourage people to ensure that they protect their neighbor's property. Too many of our farmers are losing whole stock of fruits, vegetables. Whole lots of our farmers are losing chickens and turkeys. We have to do more than this. Throughout the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen, it is a problem, not only in Barbados. Too many farmers, and even in the fishing industry, we have many fish vendors losing all their fish or part of the fish. You go back to your fish site, and then you cannot find the fish that you have left. We want to encourage persons to be honest. And we want to discuss with government what it is, what are you going to put in place to ensure that people's investment is satisfied. We want to discuss with government. The government said that they were going to bring a legislation in place since 2010. Or help the industry by putting in place a mechanism to stop this large theft from the industry. It is a problem. We have to discuss it. And I want to tell you that within the Barbados Labour Party, we believe legislation has to come in order to protect those persons who are vulnerable. We have to encourage the police. We have to encourage persons in security to protect that industry. And we are told that there are many times the police is aware of who are those persons who are involved. And of course, you know, I'll tell you this, that many persons are not only stealing on them for themselves, but they're making a full living of pretty larceny. Many people are stealing to make a living, and it is bad, it is wrong. And those persons who buy from those persons who knowing that they do not produce, you are also guilty. And we want to be encouraged persons to ensure that those persons who are investing large sums of money, that at least they have returns of their investment. It is important for us, ladies and gentlemen, to bring back agriculture to a stage where we had it before. We had agriculture to a point where it was producing money for our families. It was producing large sums of money in foreign exchange for our country. It was helping to build this economy. We cannot rely merely and only on tourism. We have to be able to get the export sector moving, and agriculture is that sector. Agriculture is that sector. How many of you went out to AgriFest? You saw what is possible. You saw the byproducts of agriculture being shown off in AgriFest. I am saying to you, it was the Barbados Labour Party who resuscitate agriculture, who resuscitate the AgriFest. We will continue in the next couple of weeks, months, to come to you to discuss these small headings, what it is we will want to do, and point out to you that there's possibilities once we get the people's support. I want to say to you that our Conward leader, Mayor Mortley, is trying her best to ensure that we bring back sustained development to this country. I want to say to you that our Conward leader is trying her best to ensure that Barbados is managed successfully. We have to give her a chance. We got to give her a chance. It is time that Barbados understand that we mean business. And we will continue to expose government. We will continue to expose this government throughout Barbados. And as I leave you tonight, I want to encourage you to stay focused on the Barbados Labour Party. Stay focused. We know that they will come to tell you that we are out here only to give trouble. They will tell you this. They will tell you that we do not know what we are doing. But you know that we had good government. Up to 2008, the Barbados Labour Party had performed exceptionally. Unemployment was 7% down. Today it is 11.8%. And it's because people are not involved in agriculture. Over 4,000 persons are out of work. Over 4,000 are out of work and can be employed within the agriculture sector. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you have a good party. You have a good party, good leader. Good night. I want to tell you thanks for listening to me. Good night, and God bless you.
Thank you, Glenn Clark. Good night, comrades. If I may, on behalf of Jeffrey Bostick and myself, welcome you to the city of Bridgetown and to St. Michael West. Glad that you're part of this Barbados Labour Party family gathering tonight where we talk about truth. We establish what is truth, and we establish those who identify with the truth and speak to you in truthful tones. You've heard from Glenn Clark. He's talked tonight about markets a lot. And I want to, as I start tonight, make a plea on behalf of the people of the city and the people of St. Michael West to the Barbados Labour Party to commit to redeveloping this area of Baxter's Road. Barbados is boasting now all over the world about Bridgetown and its historic garrison. We are a world-class, world-known heritage site. And Baxter's Road, because of what it has contributed to the economic life of Barbados and the social life of Barbados for decades, has contributed to making Bridgetown what it has become and has helped to give it that which is internationally recognized. You cannot, as a government, talk about historic Bridgetown and the historic garrison and proceed to function as though Baxter's Road is some second-class citizen or some second cousin to Oistins. The Barbados Labour Party developed the Oistins Fish Garden and Fish Bay. It is a thriving a community of the world. Come and find pleasure there. We want to see that happen at Baxter's Road. And I call upon this party, when it is soon returned to government, to commit itself to further developing this Baxter's Road area. We started this. This government has done nothing to improve it. When we come back to office soon again, I want Mayor Motley and her colleagues to pledge to recommit to redeveloping further this Baxter's Road small man, small business, community, enterprise development area as a part of Bridgetown and its historic garrison site. So Glenn Clark talks about markets. I want for this party to put its money when it's come to office where its mouth is on markets and develop this area to be once again a thriving center. We want to see Barbadians coming here again. We want to see people from all over the world coming here again because Baxter's Road has a lot to offer. We're in a day when those who are businessmen in Bridgetown are lamenting the fact that 50% of the businesses in Bridgetown have departed for parts elsewhere. We want to know that Baxter's Road is further developed and rebuilt so that small businesses can thrive once again. We bring to you a young man of decency, a young man of integrity, a young man of impeccable credentials. He's a lawyer by profession. He's been given by Mayor Motley the tremendous responsibility of shadowing the important portfolio of education in Barbados. I speak of none other than Mr. Eddie Hinkson, hailing out of St. James North. I expect for him to tell us tonight what is happening in the school system of Barbados, because I hear things are so bad at the primary level that parents must now walk with their children to school with supplies because schools are underfunded and do not have the sufficiency to supply what is needed to the children. I want to hear him talk about what is happening in our secondary system, where there's seemingly a total breakdown of law and order, and teachers are under stress, and students are continuing to fail, and this government sits idly with the worst ever education minister in the history of education, the history of cabinet government under Mr. Ronald Jones. And I want to hear Eddie talk about tertiary education in Barbados, because tertiary education has developed this country. It has developed our professional class. It has spurred growth and development in this country. It has developed a professional class. It has given us sophisticated skills that we could export overseas. Barbados is and I expect Eddie to address some of these issues tonight, because the government of the day seems oblivious to its own failure with respect to education. Comrades, Mr. Eddie Hinkson out of St. James North.
First, of course, I have to lower the mic a bit. Joe is, of course, much better in down than I in terms of height. Good night, fellow Barbadians, fellow comrades in arms, fellow citizens who yearn and hope and desire and long for a better life for our people. We have had 8 years of abysmal political leadership under the Democratic Labour Party, where the socio-economic circumstances of Barbados have declined. Barbados today is now a smaller economy than it was in 2007, when the Barbados Labour Party was last in office. Don't mind all of this talk, for instance, about a lot of tourists coming to Barbados. Today, this winter season, the amount of tourists who came to Barbados this winter are no more than those who came in 2000. We have, as a Barbados Labour Party, a duty to you, our fellow countrymen, to rescue Barbados from the incompetence of this government, which we are now yoking under. The Democratic Labour Party promised a Barbados that is socially balanced, economically viable, environmentally sound, and characterized by good governance. You know, a lot of rhetoric that is not matched by deeds in any way whatsoever. What we have had is a plethora, one after another, of broken promises since they came into office in 2008. We've had broken promises in terms of the cost of living reduction, which they said they would tackle as a matter of priorities 1, 2, and 3. We've had broken promises in terms of housing for first-time homeowners and incentives that were to be given to young Barbadians to acquire houses and land and get a part of this rock. We've had broken promises in terms of Barbadians, period, paying for homes in mortgages, whereby the mortgage interest that you used to get as a tax allowance is now taken off. We've had broken promises in terms of land for the landless and lands that were to be sold, lots that were to be sold at $5 a square foot. None found as yet. After 8 years, can't identify one such lot in the Ministry of Housing. We've had broken promises in terms of public servants, teachers, firemen, policemen, nurses who were to be given interest-free car loans. We've had broken promises all around by this government. And, you know, if your woman or your man were to break so many promises to you after they tried to get you in the first place, you would have fired them ever long time since. But unfortunately, we have to wait another 2 years before you, the people of Barbadians, the people who ultimately have the decision-making power, you, the people who are the voice of the Lord, or through whom the voice of the Lord is said, you have to wait another 2 years to change this government. But we in the Barbados Labour Party have no doubt that you will do just that. We will be in a position, our team led by Mia Amo Motley, and including people like Glenn Clark, who spoke to you just now, and Drake Sutherland, who is here tonight, my fellow new parliamentarian. We will be in a position to take over at that time, or whenever an election is called, and to bring this country back to a sound socio-economic footing, a sound governance structure. Let's look at education. As Joe said, we will look at, and the broken promises in education and the way how the Democratic Labour Party has completely mismanaged the educational system in this country, led by the longest-serving Minister of Education in the history of Barbados, since the Ministry of Education was founded as a separate ministry in 1954, and led by a man characterized not by Edmund Hinckley or by the Barbados Labour Party alone, but by the media of Barbados as the worst of 13 ministers of education since they had such. The first promise that they made that was broken was the promise to expand the textbook system to primary schools. You will know that, of course, Tom Adams started the textbook system, and Louis Tull in the mid to late 1970s, and that was established in the secondary schools, and the DLP government promised to expand that to the primary school system. But instead what we have is chaos and crisis in the secondary school textbook system. Children can't get the books old and tattered, and that is in chaos. Not one word about free or about textbooks for children at subsidized cost or free as in secondary schools since the DLP came to office in 2008. We know that children, our primary school children, have different talents. Not everyone has the same talents. We are all born different. We all have different skills, and therefore, any caring government would ensure that all children have or acquire the skills in primary school that could meet their special talents. And one would think that any government would concentrate, therefore, on expanding its school curriculum to allow for more drama and music and art and craft and sports and information technology, and would introduce and expand the learning of foreign languages, which is so vital in the world now as the world becomes smaller. But rather than any curriculum reform, we've had none in the 8 years of the Democratic Labour Party government. Still the same curriculum reform that would have come into place when Mia Mottley was Minister of Education, and Cynthia Ford here, of course, hard-working, dedicated. Cynthia Ford was Minister of State in that ministry in the year 2000. Instead, what we seem to have, based on the evidence before us, is political partisanship in the Ministry of Education. There seems to be more concern about placing Dem supporters and DLP members in jobs in the Ministry of Education. That is all that we have. We had the promise exactly 2 years ago of the appointment of over 700 teachers to permanent positions. 400 were appointed. About 19 months after that, in September last year, a far cry from the 700 to 800 that were promised in the first place. And none other than the Barbados Union of Teachers saying that they had partisan political considerations in a lot of those appointments. In other words, Dems appointed without merit over and above people who should have been appointed, but because they were not DLP supporters or they didn't hold a party card, they were not appointed. Now that can't happen. That ought not to happen in a Barbados in 2016. We should be getting the best teachers appointed to teach our children. Barbados has always had the competitive edge developing states in the world over other third world countries in terms of education. That market competitiveness has been eroded tremendously in the last 8 years. In 2008, the Democratic Labour Party in its manifesto promised to increase the school leaving age to 18 years. But again, we've heard nothing of that promise. Nothing whatsoever of that commitment since they came into office. So you have over 40% of school children leaving secondary school without any marketable certification at the present time. And this is not good. What hope are we giving our young people in this country if at age 16 they leave school without any marketable certification, with a University of the West Indies largely closed off because of the imposition of school fees, with inadequate amount of spaces at the Polytechnic and at Barbados Community College, and with a skills training program that again has limited spaces? What hope are we giving to the future of our country, to the youth of this country? But before they reach that stage again in primary school, we have a situation, yes, as Joe said, where parents are being asked in many primary schools, look, give your children some toilet paper to walk with when the day comes. And you could help the school with a little Clorox or Discipline because we ain't got any money in the budget to give us. The Ministry of Education is supposed to send money in various proportions depending on the amount of children in the primary school to the school at the start of each term. And invariably in the last few years, that money, that grant is being sent near the end of the school term. So the school term long advanced and the school doesn't have money. In some cases, the teachers have to take the money and buy the school supplies. The parents, who under real pressure already, being asked to help out with school supplies. This is the Barbados that we have descended into under the Democratic Labour Party government. We have a situation where, as Cynthia said in Parliament this week, and Mia, in fact, before Cynthia, where we have poor nutrition generally in terms of the school meals that are being offered to the primary school children. We know that for a fact. The Minister of Education spent the first 5 to 10 minutes of his 30-minute speech on Tuesday reading out a chart of what children, he said, that children are given in school meals on a periodic basis. But the thing is, while he was talking, Cynthia and Dwight were receiving text messages from constituents saying, what he's saying can't be right. When my child was given bread and tuna, a little piece of tuna today, so what he's saying here about all this food? But Dwight, I believe, would still have it right there if he wants, show you here tonight. So what's going on? Where is the money voted for school meals going? And we can come to that in terms of transparency and accountability before we wrap up here tonight. So we have a situation where after children now leave, our children leave secondary school, what are they to do? Barbados Community College has now been voted $700,000 less than it was voted last year. And BCC already under tremendous pressure. The plant barred, they wanted to let go about 70 staff, and of course the union kept a lot of noise and saved the jobs. But BCC right now, any government that is caring and competent will be looking to expand BCC so that they could bring in more children at age 17 and 18, more young adults, so that you could expand the courses at BCC so that you could have more courses which you can take for associate degrees at that institution and take off some of the burden from the university. Same thing with the Polytechnic. Of course, vocational training and more hands-on approach. And you should be looking to expand the Polytechnic rather than voting only the same amount of money for this coming year as you voted last year. But that is a myopic government, a government that doesn't have any vision, a government that just cutting here, there, right through the stream without determining what are the priorities and without understanding that the education of our people has been what has put us above country social development coming out of colonialism and in terms of size. But that is where we are in Barbados right now, and skills training, which again should be expanded. Certainly, my constituents, we would love to be able to get more people into skills training. And even though we have been successful in getting quite a few constituents into skills training, there is still need for greater space in terms of skills training for our young people so that they can be able to get talent and career and skills. There is need to give our young people basic life skills and training now, not only academic skills or training in the technical stuff, but skills that will be able to carry them through life, basic life skills, how to apply for a job, how to behave and speak and present yourself at a job interview after you get a job, how to treat to your fellow employees and your boss on the job. Basic life skills. And we certainly in St. James North, and the president of the branch is here in front of us tonight, will tell you that we would have had a life skills program which we put on our foundation. Since government doesn't do these kind of things, and the Ministry of Social Care and all of those don't do them, we put it on ourselves, and 20 odd young adults graduating from the program in December, and many of them getting jobs since that time. These are the kind of initiatives that a caring government, really interested in educating young people and giving young people skills, would be interested in. But we don't get that from the Democratic Labour Party government. We just survived a whole 5 days of estimates from morning through noon, afternoon and night. And we come out of there at 8:30 last night without any discernible strategy or ideas as to how this government plans to take Barbados out of this abysmal economic and social recession. A recession whereby since they came into office, the economy has not grown by more than 1% in 8 years, after growing in the 13 or 14 years under the Barbados Labour Party on each occasion by more than 1%. The facts speak for themselves as to which party is better in terms of improving the quality of life of Barbadians. Not even an idea from the Democratic Labour Party as to creating a situation where our young people can be, who are not going on to higher tertiary education, can be put into youth service to give them skills, to equip them to be able to survive in this world and to still get employment, to expand the youth service, to make it compulsory, let's say, for people on the block, fellas on the block, or compulsory for those who go to university, to be able to give them the mental desire to put back into society after the taxpayers have paid for them to a large degree in terms of education. No new thought coming out from 5 whole days of estimates, 40 hours. Just a lot of long talk from the government. Continuing to blame the Barbados Labour Party that has not been in office for over 8 years for their inadequacies. And continuing to blame an international economic recession that finished 5 years ago. The United States of America, one of our major trading partners, expanding for the last 3 or so years, 4 years under Barack Obama, over 250,000 people each month getting jobs. Unemployment in America now down below 5%. But still we blaming what's happening in America for the incompetence of big men and big women. I abhor when big men and big women do not take responsibility for their failures and seek to shift blame on others. It is not good. It is not right. But the pride of place in terms of the incompetence of the education policy of the Democratic Labour Party goes to how they've treated to the University of the West Indies. Now, just over 50 years ago, University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, was created. And you know, we're not going to argue over who started the process. I mean, a house has to have a proper foundation to start. And there's no doubt that Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, who was in fact the first Minister of Education in this country, a lot of people don't realize that, started the educational foundation of Barbados. In fact, it might have been started even before that, if we argue, because they had many primary schools in Barbados from the early part of last century. But we know that close to here, for example, in St. Leonard's, they had free education from the 50s, just across the road for the people in New Orleans and Westbury Road and other places. So that is an indisputable fact. But we're not arguing. Both political parties in the past have done their tremendous bit in terms of putting Barbadians on a sound educational footing. Just over 50 years, we had the University of the West Indies, and don't let's fool ourselves. No Barbados government has been able to afford free tertiary education in Barbados. No Barbados government, whether BLP or DLP, has been able to afford it. But previous to this government, both political parties found money to fund comprehensively free tuition fees at the University of the West Indies for Barbadians. And you know why? Because 80% of Barbadians who go to the University of the West Indies from poor working class backgrounds. The parents could not have afforded to send them to university but for free tertiary education. That is a fact. Because when you're suffering, you got invariably more than one child, a lot close in age to each other, your salary ain't much, you're under pressure in terms of housing, you're under pressure in terms of buying clothes for your children, feeding them. So to pay for education now at university now is a stretch. But this government suddenly, like if it's looking for an accident, like if it's an accident looking for somewhere to happen, 2 years ago, makes a decision without consulting you, the people of Barbados, to impose tuition fees on Barbadians, starting at $6,000, going up to $20,000 a year, and not putting anything in place to cover that. They announced bursaries soon after that. The bursaries take a whole 19 months to come. And when they come, they add the $3,000 that they told you. They're a maximum of $1,800 in more than one installment. The minister read out some figures, about 400 people get bursaries once. That is what we have in Barbados. Last year, August, they announced grants and scholarships program. Again, that hasn't taken off the ground. Still, university students talking about how they lack funding and they don't know if they're going to continue. A brainless person would understand that under those circumstances, a Barbadian population at the University of the West Indies must decline by close to 40% in the first year, and at 30% now. But that is what is happening. And a government now owing a debt to the University of the West Indies, $145 million, after they promised to pay off $40 million every quarter towards that debt. But that is a visionless government. Broken promises again made by the Democratic Labour Party to win the government again in 2013, whereby they were going to give students a $5,000 income tax credit each year towards tertiary education and training. Nothing heard about that since being re-elected to office. They were to give an income tax credit of $5,000 on interest on loans secured from the Student Revolving Loan Fund. Nothing heard on that issue. Instead, all tax allowances coming off, except the tax allowance that you pay to your trade union for membership of trade union, and a one-off tax allowance to a charity. And that charity would include your church. And many of you all Barbadians, including you all out here, give to your church. So when you give to your church now, you can't give down the road to the Salvation Army, for instance, that needs money to feed people on a daily basis. But that is a government that you have right now. We don't even need or have time to go into the issue of governance, because they talk about how their leadership will be characterized by good government. No anti-corruption legislation, as was as was promised immediately in 2008. So if a minister of government driving about a vehicle that is given to him by a company which is getting major contracts from his ministry, nothing wrong with that. If a member of parliament in his professional capacity withholds money from a client for 10 years or more, as said in court papers, nothing wrong with that. No ministerial code of conduct as promised by the Democratic Labour Party. So there's no moral minimum, no standards set by this government in the year 2016. No freedom of information laws that will allow you, the people of this country, to get documents that are not the private preserve of ministers and examine them and know how your money is being spent, whether somebody thieving it or not. So therefore, Cahill is shrouded in mystery and secrecy. You can't know what agreements have been made in your name by 4 ministers of government. Almost 2 years ago, it was March 15th, 4 ministers of government standing with a Barbados flag between them. You can't find out what was signed in your name because no freedom of information legislation, no transparency, no accountability. And, you know, there has to come a time when the people of Barbados must stand up on principle for their fundamental rights, which are enshrined by the Constitution, which came into force 50 years ago. That is what independence should be about, you know. Not about fun and frolic and a $7 million being spent on fun and games. It has to be about the fundamental rights of the citizen. And I would just wrap up by saying that we have secured partial victory in terms of protecting your fundamental rights, because the Democratic Labour Party was proposing from the 1st of April to fingerprint every Barbadian leaving the country and coming back into the country, a biometric immigration biometric regulations. You imagine that you can get fingerprint when you have a right under the Constitution to enter Barbados as a Barbadian, the country of your birth where your navel spring berry. So if you now were to come in and you present yourself to the immigration officer and you tell the immigration officer, but Mr. Man, what you telling me here now I got to take fingerprint? Well, Americans don't have to take it, you know, and they're under the greatest security threat in the world more than any other nation. But the immigration officer tell you, Mr. Man, the government led by Frondu that we got to fingerprint you. And you say, no, my constitutional right is that I must come in the country of my birth where my navel string berry. So what are they going to do? But we have secured partial victory in that yesterday it was now announced that they're going to delay the coming into force of those unconstitutional regulations. They're going to now give you information on it, which is what they should have done long time before. Consult the people of Barbados and not treat you like little children. They say they're now going to consult you, but we ain't minding that. We still going to court to get the regulations declared unconstitutional, because you can't prevent Barbadians from leaving Barbados or from coming back into Barbados when they have a right under the Constitution to do so. We must hold together. And, you know, childbirth for a woman, because I've seen both of my children being born, it's a lot of pain. But after the child is born, there is happiness and joy. there will be happiness and joy in this country again whenever the election is called and the Barbados Labour Party returns to office with the help of you, the people of Barbados. And we, the members of Parliament, the parliamentary team, and the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party at that time will do our best by you with your help and with the help of the Lord Almighty. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Edmund Hinkson, a powerful young man. Can I say that, Eddie? Surely younger than I by far. But I hot like pepper when the Dems interfere with me. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, when the Democratic Labour Party had its plans of becoming the government, 2007, 2008, every single, as far as I can recall, moderator on the calling program was a Dem. And they cursed the Labour Party left, right, and center. And then the Thompson team came up with this slogan, I will not lie, I will not steal, I will not cheat. But when you hear Serenade song, stealing there, I am sure you're going to think, that's not 1991 to 94. That has to be from 2008. But I am not a speaker tonight. I know. And the late Thompson would have said it. He confessed that he went in and wrote the common entrance exam for his brother. And then comes back to tell you, I will not cheat, I will not steal, I will not lie. Did you? I just want you, ladies and gentlemen, to know, though, that Glenn Clark talked about agriculture and the challenges in the sector. And he did not even tell you, take a little stride down to the cenotaph any evening. This Democratic Labour Party has brought the people of Barbados who have got pride and dignity to a level where they go down to receive a meal by the cenotaph every evening. And while year before last, there would have been about 60 people, when you go on evenings now, it is more than twice 60, and mostly men. And when men are reduced to losing their work and cannot feed their family and are into mendicancy, it is a crying shame. It is disgraceful that this government said, we're not sending home anybody. And more than 3,500 people have been sent home, lost house and land and family, even their sanity. And I believe some lost their life too from the grief of knowing they couldn't feed themselves. Those are lies. And if I were a Calypsonian, I would sing, teacher, teacher, say, if you tell a lie, you're going to hell as soon as you die. The Dems, most of them, notorious liars when it comes to certain facts about the management of the affairs of Barbados. But we will hear from the speakers. I want to bring to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a handsome young man, a brilliant young man, a rural man who is the member of Parliament for St. George South. Dwight Sutherland, the son of a man who worked with Sir Louis Tull for many, many years on the ground, has produced this wonderful young man who is the member of Parliament. We need more grassroots people in Parliament, you hear me? We don't want all people to drive BMWs and those kind of vehicles. We want people like Dwight Sutherland who is going to go on the ground. And when he knocked out Suku with that super punch, she must stay out forever. Let the Labour Party continue that tradition of offering high quality service and representation to the people of St. George South. And so Dwight is going to tell you about health, QEH, labor relations, what's happening in the customs and the airport. And now that World Water Day is coming up next week, he will tell you about the Water Authority too. but the general industrial climate in Barbados, he is going to talk about. A professional engineer, not like one that we heard about that hooked up some pipes and caused some people to be sick and other repercussions. We're not going to deal with that tonight. But that is the truth, though. That one is the truth. Let us please welcome Dwight Sutherland, who will speak to you on these issues, and he will tell you the truth about what is happening in our dear beloved Barbados. Dwight Sutherland.
Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family. First, good night to the people of Chapman Lane. Good night to all the business community in Baxter's Road. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I want to start this evening with a song, about 8 words of a song. And it goes like this. It says, time is so serious, cantankerous, and dangerous. It is only in the Father do I put my trust. We are living in some dangerous times. And during the last week, I want to congratulate my colleagues. And of course, I have to big up the Member of Parliament for the city, my friend. I want to congratulate my colleagues who made the Barbados Labour Party proud in the just concluded estimates in the lower house. We indeed made Chris Sinkler curse the private sector because he cannot and he does not want to accept constructive criticism. He's a big bully, but he has to understand that he's operating out of his debt and his league. So when he hears certain economists speak, he must listen and go back to the drawing boards and implement strategies for the betterment of the people of Barbados. And I want to compliment my colleagues for the sterling contribution during last week. Who set the tone last week and who showed fumbles short, decides to call the next election. Give her a round of applause, people. She laid the foundation last week. But I want to spend my half an hour dealing with, and I take off the watch because I'm not a good timekeeper. Put it there so you can look every 5 minutes to see where I am. I want to spend my half an hour looking at health, labor, and industrial relations, and of course, human resource management. Last week in Parliament, my speech, second reading speech, was premised on a good society. The Democratic Labour Party came to us, and they know we have very strong economists, and we focus a lot on the economy. Nothing wrong with that. And they said to us that they are building a society and not an economy. So I want to look at my 2 areas and judge the Democratic Labour Party's performance in those 2 areas with respect to a good society. And you, the people of Chapman Lane and New Orleans and Passage Road, and all the businesses listening, and of course the Barbados Labour Party family, I want you to tell me when I'm finished, my half an hour, if the Democratic Labour Party is building a society or if Barbados is a society in decay. You be the judge of that. And I just want to just mention a few elements of what I think is a good society. And a good society, and in the Barbadian context, is a society where people effectively participate in decision making, in things that affect their lives. A good society is a society where the stakeholders and the social partners have a say. A good society is a society where good governance is the order of the day. And a good society is a society where the lives, where people live healthy lives And policies that have been created, the health policies, are not only policies for the rich, but they are policies that will support the most vulnerable people in this society. And a good society is a society in the Barbadian context where labor policies focuses on creating a healthy workplace and good work-life balance. And you know that the Democratic Labour Party, they have moved away from what we call a good society, whereby government partnered with the labor and the trade unions in this country. And that was the core of that was the national core of Barbados' development at the time. And I will tell you how this party, this great party, led by Sir, the Right Excellent Grantley Adams and Sir Hugh Springer, the trade union movement was birthed in the post-1937 era out of those two gentlemen. So we fought for the masses of this country. But what we are saying today is an anti-labor government that all of their policies destroying the labor relations, the good labor relations climate that was set afoot by Sir Grantley and Sir Hugh Springer. And by Owen Seymour Arthur, the social partnership was created by Owen Seymour Arthur. But let me move into healthcare. Having said the preamble, what is a good society? You be the judge, because there are certain things that we should not allow to happen in this country. And I want to quote some statistics first, because you have to understand what is really going on in this country, right? In healthcare, I have a report here, and I would like you all to read this report. It is the Barbados Economic and Social Report of 2014. And this report says that the number of deaths in Barbados increased by 303. The number of deaths in Barbados increased by 303 between 2013 and 2014. I am just creating the context. This report also says that the number of persons with diabetes increased by 1,000 in 2 years, from 23,000 to 24,000 from 2010 to 2012. So the number of persons with diabetes would have increased by 1,000. This report also says that the number of persons with stroke, or what we call cardiovascular event. For us, the people from the country, we know stroke. Those, the doctors and things call it cardiovascular event. Increased by 50% over those 2 years from 2010 to 2012. It increased from 224, the number of persons who suffered stroke, to 348 in those 2 years. I ain't finished yet, Hypertension. The number of persons with hypertension increased from 39,000, and that's a big figure, to 41,000 over that 2-year period. Now, the reason why I'm quoting these figures, because there has to be some correlation between those figures, those increases, and the Democratic Labour Party in conceived health strategy in this country. I am not saying that the Democratic Labour Party is killing people. I am not getting here saying that. But what you have to do for yourself, if you want to come to that conclusion, you look at the stats and you tell the Democratic Labour Party, based on their strategy or an ill-conceived strategy, that the people in this country are contracting more diabetes, more hypertension, more people are dying, and a lot of people are suffering from stroke. Because there is a lack of health strategy coming out of the estimates. I can stand here and I can tell you that I cannot articulate the Democratic Labour Party strategy for health. I cannot. And there are many articles that I can draw from to show that the Democratic Labour Party is not focusing on preventive care. I'm and promotion care in health. Preventive care means that you will spend money, and I'm going to get to the QEH shortly because Chris Sinclair said that the QEH is not underbudgeted, and I have the facts to show that QEH is underfunded. He said in the estimates that QEH is not underfunded, and QEH is underfunded, and I come here tonight with the facts to show you that QEH is underfunded by $40 million, and that is the reason why we are having so much challenges in this country as it relates to health care. Increases in hypertension because the money is not being channeled towards preventive care. It is too reactive. And there is an article that I made, a document of the House, and it speaks to preventive evidence-based and reform health care. But time does not allow me to get into this. But it is saying that we need to spend more money on preventive care than reactive care. We are too reactive. Now, the QEH, like I said, and I'm getting there, the QEH annually, money is allocated to run the QEH. And in these estimates, the 2016-2017 estimates, $146 million has been allocated to run the QEH. You know how much money is needed to run the QEH? Any of you know? $185 million as a minimum is needed to run the QEH. So clearly you have started with a deficit. So when Chris Sinclair could come on national television and say that the QEH is not underfunded, he is a stranger to the truth. The QEH is underfunded. And let me again reference a document, because some of these issues at the QEH, this is a document that dropped off the back of a truck, and I found it. And I want to use some of the notes that I found from this document that dropped off the back of a truck to let you know the QEH is underfunded, and there are tremendous challenges at the QEH that will impact you and your families, the people that living in Chapman's Lane and New Orleans and Passage Road. When you go to the QEH, as a result of the Democratic Labour Party ill-conceived strategies, your families will be put at risk. And let me just outline a few of these issues with the QEH as a result of the continuous underfunding by the Democratic Labour Party. Let me just list a few. But before I list a few, let me just tell you, when you look at the years, the money that is required to fund QEH, and this is a document, like I said, that dropped off the back of a truck, and I'm going to just read 3 lines of it. It said, existing packages of services currently available at the QEH is underfunded, and in light of increases in relative cost and demand for resources, there is a widening gap between demand and supply of resources. There is a widening gap between demand and supply of resources. This document lists, this is a document that dropped off the back of a truck. I ain't put in the name to it, and I found it. Santia has one. Good night, my dear friend from St. Michael Southeast. Welcome. This document has in it the deficit from 2008, and it shows that under the Democratic Labour Party, they have underfunded QEH every year. And from 2008, coming down by $11 million. We skipped 2009 by 10. 2010, they have underfunded QEH by $23 million. 2011, they underfunded QEH by $28 million. 2012, by $33 million. 2013, by $22 million. 2014, $29 million. And you know, this year, in the estimates, they have underfunded QEH by $40 million. It is getting worse. So it has gone from 11 to 40. But you know why I have a difficulty with this? Because this Democratic Labour Party is using money to fund a whole year of a 50th anniversary celebration. They have Sarah Palin, running around St. George with a broken trident in January. Then it went to St. Joseph or St. Thomas, and it gone somewhere else. For an entire year, you can find money to fund a full year of a 50th anniversary celebration. I am not saying we should not celebrate our 50th year, because the Barbados Labour Party governed this country 24 out of the 50 years. And I just spoke to you about the 1937 era, the post-1937 era, where we fought for the masses in this country. So we have a story to be told, just like the Democratic Labour Party, a better story. But we will not be so rude. We will not be so reckless to pick up taxpayers' money and spend a full year of celebrating the 50th anniversary. We will not be so reckless to take money and pump into David Thompson constituency councils, David Thompson football and constituency councils. We will not be so reckless to do that and not fund QEH. So you see where the issues lie. You telling me whether, at this stage, let me pause and ask you, you think that the Democratic Labour Party is building a good society? They are not. They are destroying this society. It is a society in decay. But let me just tell you briefly, because my time running out and I need to get on these labor issues, because we have some tremendous labor issues in this country. Let me just tell you some of the challenges at QEH from this book that drop off the back of the truck. There are major challenges at QEH, and you can see why they are major challenges, because since the Democratic Labour Party came to power, they have underfunded QEH. We, the Barbados Labour Party, made sure that poor people, and not only people with money, got access to good healthcare service in this country. We made sure that the QEH was the beacon for the provision of health services. It was the go-to place for people in the Eastern Caribbean who came here for treatment. And of course, we have to clap our doctors and our nurses. We have beautiful doctors and nurses in terms of competence. And I want you to give them a hand tonight. It has nothing to do with the nurses and the doctors, because when you're dealt a hand, you've got to play the hand that you're dealt. It has to do with mismanagement and piss poor governance by the Democratic Labour Party. But let me just list a few of the issues here. It says here, staff shortage, including nurses. A high ratio of patient to nurses, making it difficult for nurses to fulfill their duties. It says here, gross inadequacy of financial resources. It says here, long waiting time at accident and emergency as high as 8 hours. But I think the document was a bit conservative, because I know a family member of mine who waited for over 24 hours at accident and emergency and could not see a doctor, and I had to intervene and took up the little resources that I have to send them to a private place. Thank God for us who can do these things. But the people in Chapman Lane and New Orleans don't have the resources to go to a private place. They have to go to QEH. And these are the challenges. And on the funded place, they also said, and let me carry on, quality care compromised by a shortage of resources and equipment. And they listed 2 issues. You know, if you go to the hospital, anybody here from Passage Road, if you go to the hospital and you have a problem with your colon today, you know you don't have the equipment to give you that colonoscopy. So if you have challenges with your colon, you know doctors can't diagnose you. You know you can die. I am not here saying that when you go to QEH, you will die. But I'm saying as a result of the underfunding and you don't have the equipment, you can be at risk. Your life can be at risk. So the people in Chapman Lane and New Orleans and Wellington Street, Jeffrey, all your people in the city, and Joe, all your people must understand that these are the challenges at the QEH. You know they don't have equipment for hip replacement surgery. Trevor Eastman, our good MC, he's waiting for hip replacement surgery. I have people in St. George who are waiting for hip replacement surgery. You don't have equipment. But I will finish off on the whole drug issue at QEH, medication. I see some senior citizens sitting here, lovely and beautiful senior citizens. I know when you go to the polyclinic and you go to the hospital, sometimes you can't get medication. And you know why? It is because of the underfunded of QEH by this government. They have not paid the private pharmacies. So look at it. The private pharmacies suffering like us with a cash flow situation. So they can't bring in any drugs. So the real issue is they have to wait until government give them money. So these are some of the challenges. And we have to understand it has nothing to do with economic recession. It has something to do with the mismanagement and the poor governance displayed by the Democratic Labour Party. You tell me if they're building a good society. Are they? They're not. And those are some of the issues. Time will not permit me to get into psychiatric hospital. But you know, recently, you would have seen the accident and emergency services. They came out in the open. It was in the Nation newspaper. And they said they are working in squalor. These are the people who interface with you firstly. If you have any issues and you don't have a car and you can't get to the hospital. And people often tell you, don't touch the people, call the ambulance. And the ambulance services, they don't have ambulances. And they're working in squalor. So you know what is going to happen. A man who is demotivated, he can take, if he used to take 5 steps to get in that ambulance to drive to St. Philip, he can take 25 steps to get in that ambulance. And you know what's happening? Your health is deteriorating the longer he stays to get to you. So you have to treat these people with dignity and pride. Restore some confidence in the system because you have some excellent people working in that system. And that is the problem with this government. It is an uncaring government. It is a reckless government. It is a government that is presiding over the societal decay of this country. And we must vote them out. We must vote them out, you know. Don't fool your foot. They are preparing for election. They are testing the waters with several things. You see the health financing to test the waters with? They are testing the waters with several things. We have to prepare. Do not let them come and trick us again like by putting Miss Mapp on a bus. Putting Miss Mapp on a bus and talking about the Barbados Labour Party going to sell off transport board and do this and that, the old people. We are more strategic than that. We look after our citizens, whether old, young, whether from Chapman Lane, whether from Wellington Street, whether from St. Philip, whether from St. George South. Don't matter what age, color, class, or creed. We as a Barbados Labour Party do good by the citizens of our country. That is how we started out in the post-1937 era. But I want to move now to labor in the House. Because we have as this country. And I intake down in history as the worst. And this great party has always good society. So we believe that you can't have a good society unless you have good labor relations, because the people are our most valuable asset. And you have to make sure they're happy. We have not had a wage increase in the public sector since 2008. And we must give those public servants a hand because they are working excellently under difficult conditions. I want you to give them a hand. We have not had a wage increase in this country under the Democratic Labour Party. And the pensioners too. Yes, pensioners. But I have never seen such an unhappy labor force in this country before than the last 5 years would have shown me. Unrest, labor unrest. Everybody want to go on strike. As I speak to you, we have the Barbados Water Authority striking because this government reneged on their promises. It is a lack of trust. If you promise the people to give them a wage increase, then the order of the day should be the wage increase. And if you can't give them the wage increase, you should be decent enough to come back to the drawing boards and discuss with the union. Don't come now to tell the people of this country that it will take $37 million. That's after the fact discussion. You have no regards for the people of this country. They have no regards for the people of this country. And it ain't just the BWA. Let us look at the SSA too, because let me put you on a little notice. The SSA has a pending matter as it relates to hazard allowance. And I have the facts here. Hazard allowance, lack of trucks, and other equipment with the NUPW. And they have not put the systems in place that they have promised the NUPW. But what is happening in this country, there are so many issues that the unions, like, they can't bite off all at one time. They have to go one by one. But the one that bothers me, the one that bothers me the most, is the Employment Rights Tribunal. Those NCC workers that were retrenched, you know, up to today, there has been no decision with respect to those workers. But let me explain something to you that is very, very, very disheartening. And you tell me whether we are building a society. We expect that the Employment Rights Tribunal, in their deliberations, would understand that if there's one thing that the NCC workers want and need, and is a priority, is reinstatement and or re-engagement. Reinstatement and or re-engagement. They don't want damages. The people want to get back to work. They want to get back to work. I have to conclude, but I want to conclude on this point because what is happening, it is being said out there at the last Employment Rights Tribunal hearing, somebody, and pick sense from nonsense, somebody said, and it was told to me by persons who were there, I ain't calling any name because I don't have any money to pay the courts. So I ain't letting the boy sue me. It was said, and you pick sense from nonsense, the Prime Minister friend, whoever he or she is, said to the Employment Rights Tribunal that the NCC workers, they have pulled off the table. You know when you pull something off the table, you ain't dealing with it no more. They have pulled off the table re-engagement and reinstatement because the government doesn't have any money. You think that is something for the head of a tribunal to say? It is alleged that he said that, he or she. You cannot make those statements. It is my duty to tell the people of this country, if that happens, it's an injustice to those workers. And you cannot do that to workers. Your role as the chairman or the chairperson of the tribunal is to hear the evidence, what is right or wrong, and let justice prevail. You have no authority, whether moral or not, to tell the people that the government has no money and that you are not considering reinstatement or re-engagement. So you are telling those persons that they cannot go back to work. You are depriving those poor people of a pension at a later age, which is a higher pay. That is what you are doing. So I say to you, is that a society? Is the Democratic Labour Party building a society, or are they destroying it? I leave you with those words. I have a lot more to say. Time will not permit me to say it. But this is a society in decay as a result of the Democratic Labour Party strategies, the mismanagement of the Democratic Labour Party, and the lack of governance. I love you. Keep the faith in the Barbados Labour Party. We will save this country. I thank you for your time and patience. God bless.
Thank you, Dwight. Thank you, Dwight Sutherland. And comrades, this government in office today made much ado about that boast of building a society, because the Barbados Labour Party in office for 14 years, they said, concentrated on building an economy. These guys tonight, 8 years hence, have destroyed the economy and destroying our society. That is the record, and it is clear to us that that is truth, established clearly in the minds of Barbadians tonight. They've destroyed the economy, and they're in the process of destroying this great Barbadian society. But we want to hear the truth about small business as well in Barbados. And we have someone coming to you tonight who is small of stature, but mighty of intellect. An intelligent young woman with some political pedigree, already given great responsibility by the leader of this party. And we shall hear from her tonight. And I want her to say some things to us as she speaks sometime during the course of her presentation on the issue of small business. You know, there's some things that will kill small businesses in developing countries. One is the level of taxation. When taxation rises too high, it knocks small businesses out of the frame. When people are taxed heavily, it leaves them with less disposable income. They can spend less, and money often used to patronize small businesses is then not available to them, and small businesses flounder as a result of that. Small businesses also fail when big businesses are in decline. And big businesses in Barbados have been in decline now for the last 8 years. And that's not my testimony. That's the voice of big business people in Barbados who said that this economy for too long has been on the downslide, on the downturn. Small businesses die when foreign investment dries up in a developing country economic context. And foreign investment has been drying up in this country now for several years. Even the government will admit of that. We have reached a stage in Barbados now where we are totally, it seems, almost dependent upon the generosity of the Chinese people to help us to do this or to help us to do that. As a matter of fact, I'm being told that there's some who are in China now or preparing to go to China now to see what else they can beg for, because people are not investing in this economy, lack of confidence in the government, lack of confidence in this climate at this time. They're not investing here, and so we must depend upon the generosity of the Chinese people. Small businesses die when there's no serious government capital program in play. This government came into office. One of the first things they did, and spitefully so, because they had campaigned on this platform, is to stop the highway project on the ABC highway, the expansion of that project. That project could have gone on for 2-3 years and would have supplied many of a small business person and several persons involved in private employment in earning a livelihood to keep this economy going. When a government in a developing country context does not have a robust capital works program, small businesses will suffer. Even the great United States, with all of its wealth, are realizing now that to get the economy really going, they need to embark upon a significant and serious, a very robust infrastructural redevelopment program all across the United States. Both parties will tell you that. When government is not investing in capital works or cannot, small businesses will die. And that is the truth of what is happening here in Barbados. Governments such as ours, in country contexts such as ours, must also engage in what I call an economic affirmative program to help to lift small businesses up to a level where they can become viable. This government has blinkered vision and does not understand. You've got to create that environment in which you take some kind of economic affirmative action to help small businesses to thrive. If small businesses can thrive, it feeds into big businesses and it spurs employment further and further. These guys seem not to understand these things. If there's a lack of access to capital, small businesses will die. And in Barbados, there's lack of access to capital. The Barbados Labour Party, when in office, tried to ensure through agencies like Fund Access that small business people had a recourse to finding money to get their businesses going. There's several reasons why small businesses die. I've given you 6. I'll give you one more and be done. When governments in countries like ours consolidate contract privilege in the hands of a few, especially if they have a certain hue, a certain color, then small businesses will die. This party, now in government, made a big boast. When we are in office, we will see that small people get this contract and get that contract and is able to apply this percentage to the hospital and to this place and to the school meals and to this place and to the next. The truth of the matter is that none of that has taken place. Rather than seeing that, we see contractors, small business builders who are left bereft of opportunity and out of the loop because contract privilege is concentrated and consolidated in the hands of a few of a certain color in Barbados. And that is the truth. I want you to put your hands together and welcome tonight Miss Santia Bradshaw.
Good night. Good night to the city. Good night to the good people of Barbados. I know many of you have come from across Barbados to hear this meeting tonight. Now, I want to start on a note that I suppose many of you would be familiar with from this last week of the estimates that you would have heard. And I start on a note where I'm not going to be able to say too much about the Committee of Privileges. And many of you know why. But I believe many of you would know that the current administration would have referred a matter to the Committee of Privileges about the meeting that we are holding here tonight. What concerns me is that I believe each and every one of you know that there are matters in this country which the Democratic Labour Party should be concerned about, but which the Democratic Labour Party chooses not to be concerned about. So they refer a matter to the Committee of Privileges because the title of tonight's meeting is about the Barbados Labour Party telling the people of this country the truth. They are concerned about tonight's meeting and have chosen to refer it to the Committee of Privileges because we have said that this meeting is about hearing who has misled this country in the estimates and in the House of Assembly. And I want to say to the people of this country tonight that to mislead does not mean that you lied. Mislead means to give somebody the wrong impression about something which is happening. And that is what I want to talk to you about tonight. Because I believe that the Democratic Labour Party has been misleading this country on a number of issues. They've been misleading this country on a lot of issues which they know better about. They've been misleading this country and have chosen to speak on matters and to be concerned about matters that do not affect the day-to-day lives of any one of you in this audience. When you can have in a Parliament of Barbados a speaker who is brought before a Committee of Privileges and to whom not any single member of the government side has anything to say about the matter, something is wrong. Now I say that because in any other Commonwealth jurisdiction, regardless of whether someone is guilty or not of a charge and the person holds the highest office in the Parliament, there is either a resignation or a removal of that person for a particular period of time. What did our Prime Minister say in the recent scenario in this country? All right. Get a lawyer. Now, if that is not testimony to the way in which this administration is handling the affairs of this country, I don't know what is. Because I believe that if the head is wrong, the rest of the body ain't gonna work. And if it is that we cannot set precedents at the very highest office, then we cannot expect our little children in this society to do anything in the House of Parliament as well. And it is unfortunate that they would be concerned about this meeting, but they are not concerned about ministers of government license to contractors in that are registered at licensing authorities, the persons to whom they give contracts to. That. And what worries me is that they would be concerned about this meeting tonight and us talking the truth to the people of this country, but silent on the issue of CLICO and the $3.3 million check which was written by a member of the Democratic Labour Party Parliament. But they want to take on the Barbados Labour Party. They want to stop us from talking. They want to muzzle the people of this country. But I want to tell the people something tonight. I know for sure I ain't stopping talking. The people of St. Michael Southeast sent me to do a job. The people of this country have supported me in doing that job. And the Democratic Labour Party will not stop me from talking. Because when we talk about speaking truth, it is about speaking truth to power. And it is about power regardless of whether that is power of the Democratic Labour Party, in a household, in a business. It is about the fact that after so many years of free education, you cannot expect to muzzle a people into submission, believing that because you are the government, that we must do only what you say we are to do, or that we must believe only what you say we are to believe. And I say to you tonight, good people of the city, and all the people who are gathered here, that the Barbados Labour Party will not be muzzled. Because I have seen, even in the course of this last week of estimates, that it is important to speak the truth to power. Because I have had to deal with, over the past couple of, well, from the time I have taken up the position of leader of opposition business, had to deal with the frustration of finding out the night before, on most occasions, what we are debating in Parliament the next day. Now, I want the people of this country to understand, we do the best damn job that we can in the circumstances. But because it may have happened under an administration 20 years ago, or because it happened under an administration 10 years ago, it is not right in 2016. The people of this country deserve better. And because we have done things the same way in the estimates for the last couple of years, does not mean we must continue to do the same thing. Because many of you hear us talk about, we haven't gotten to the heads. We haven't been able to examine the various ministries. But many of you do not realize that a lot of times we don't get to the heads because the same Democratic Labour Party administration doesn't want us to get to the heads. Because getting to the heads, which is the individual ministries that members of Parliament or ministers represent, means that we are going to examine critically where they are spending the money, what they haven't spent the money on, who they give the money to, who didn't get the money they should have gotten, and where all the corruption is possibly taking place in any particular government ministry. So when they say, oh, we are going to do 3 heads in this estimates, and we end up doing 2. And the one ministry that we don't get to, by the end of 5 days in the Parliament, is one of the ministries that perhaps is most crucial to all of the Barbadians across this country, the Ministry of Agriculture. Because it touches on the issue of water. Not just the fact that the water cut off and you can't get the water, but the fact that you can't pay your bills. That no matter how much money you're taking home in your pocket daily, it is not enough to pay the day-to-day expenses that people across this country are facing. That is what we would have been talking about in the estimates. So when they tell you it was the Labour Party that didn't give them the opportunity, or we didn't want to be able to debate it, it is not so. And those are the things that for me, you know, they say I am the youngest member of Parliament, but I ain't so young no more. You understand? I'm getting on in age. But from where I sit and from where I have come, it is frustrating to me to know that we, after educating me, after educating all of you, and knowing that we as a people can do better, this administration tells us that better cannot be done. Well, I don't know about you, But I am not prepared to fall into that malay, that belief that Barbados cannot do better. I believe in the philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party that we stand for a better life for all Barbadians. We stand for a better life for Barbadians regardless of whether they are Democratic Labour Party supporters and whether they are Barbados Labour Party supporters and whether they don't support any political class. We support a better life for people of this country. And we have never been ones to punch below our weight. This is a country that has always punched above its weight. You know, sometimes I think that the Barbados Labour Party messages be too high. That sometimes we have such a great vision for this country, that we've put things in place over the decades to be able to set up infrastructure for future generations. And then what are you left with? A Democratic Labour Party administration that completely dismantling the international business sector. Don't understand why the Barbados Labour Party attempted to diversify the Barbadian economy. Wants the people of this country to believe that we relied only on tourism and we did nothing else, without telling the people the truth that it was the Barbados Labour Party that understood that we had to diversify the Barbadian economy. And that we set about on a course to ensure that not only did we develop the telecommunications sector and liberalize the telecommunications sector, but also that we went so far as to develop the new economic sectors, which would have been the cultural industries and the sporting industries. But yet they would have us believe that having come to office, the climate internationally was so difficult that they found themselves in a position where, well, they had the money. Things difficult overseas, so basically things got to be difficult here. They did not realize that so many mechanisms had been left in place by the Barbados Labour Party for them to build on. That is what upsets me, because we left it in place and they have destroyed what the Barbados Labour Party left. Now I understand that sometimes you don't want to build on something because the Barbados Labour Party is going to get credit for it. I understand that. But good God, when you recognize Democratic Labour Party people tonight, oh God, give credit where credit is due. The internet that was poised to be able to take Barbados forward. If the tourists don't come, at least you have businesses that don't necessarily have to be on Barbadian shores, but basically can generate revenue. Okay, a lot of people don't understand it, but it was a vision that the Barbados Labour Party had to develop our services sector. This year, we have had a decline of almost half of the revenue from the international business sector. Half of the revenue. It was at 5 million last year. It is now at 2.5 million. Do you understand what is happening? That is not anything the Barbados Labour Party did. We left it there as a booming industry. They are the people who presided over 500 million US dollars in lost revenue to this country between 2008 and 2013. That 500 million US dollars, people, could have paid for a number of the social services that they have now cut. It could pay for things in the hospital. It could ensure that the transport board buses come to your houses on time and get your children to school. It would have ensured that your salaries were not cut. It would have prevented the layoffs that we have seen across this country. But yet, what they want us to believe is that not only that we have to change the way in which we do things, and yes, we do. We have to change the way in which we do things because we can't keep doing things the same way and expecting a different result. But at the same time, what I cannot deal with is the lies, the belief that the Barbados Labour Party left nothing in place. But you know, history is a wonderful thing. And social media is an even more powerful thing. Because we can look back on the fact today of social media videos to see clippings. Barbados Labour Party was going to send home over 10,000 people. We can look back at those clippings today. We can look back at those clippings and challenge this administration over the things that they said the Barbados Labour Party was going to do. They said that we were going to make the pensioners pay for the buses. But yet in Parliament a few days ago, I'm hearing reports that of the real cost of the transport board buses being at $6. People are asking me if it is that they now plan to charge you $6 for a bus fare. That is the reality. Because instead of recognizing when we were having discussions about the issue of transport, that you needed to level with the people about the cost of certain services, the Democratic Labour Party chose to lie to this country about the reality of what was happening in the transportation sector. But now they speak of this $6 as though they're now going to impose it after making it free to school children to be able to travel on the buses. And while I appreciate the policy of allowing school children to travel free, what I will not stand here and say to this country is that at the same time, you cannot implement a policy where you are going to lose revenue and not expect that you're going to have to find revenue from somewhere else. Every single person in this audience in this country understands that if you are not making money, you shouldn't be spending money you don't have. So if it is that this government is not making the money, at the end of the day, why are we trying to spend more than we have? Why are we biting off more than we can chew? And these are the things that I believe when I interact with Barbadians across this country, that is, the sentiments are echoed time and time again. People want to know how Barbados is going to get out of this mess. But instead, we are subjected day after day, every time we meet in Parliament, to the Democratic Labour Party believing as though they have not been the government of this country for the last 7 years. We are subjected to a discourse on what the Barbados Labour Party did and what the Barbados Labour Party did not do. But what they fail to tell us is what they have done and what they are going to do. And I say to the people of this country, the truth has to be told, not only about our financial circumstances, but our history has to be recorded in such a way that this country. And no greater a shame could be cast on this country by the Democratic Labour Party than what is happening with these independence celebrations this year. Every single place that I have gone in this last week, the one question that every single person is asking, how can we spend $7 million on independence celebrations for the 50th anniversary? Not a single person is. People are concerned because you know what Bajans understand? It's not that we're not patriotic, but Bajans take a position that, but how can this government afford $7 million? But they send their home people. They can't pay for things at the hospital. This is what the people of this country are asking. And if that was not enough, last night before we left Parliament, they voted another $775,000 for the independence celebrations. If it wasn't enough, if they didn't tell you like it or lump it a couple nights ago, they have now told you like it or lump it. Because we are close to 8 million. And you know what is a dangerous precedent that the Minister of Finance has said? He has said to this country and also the Prime Minister that they're unapologetic about spending money for the independence celebrations. And I assure the people of this country, I can bet you that when next year comes, that we are, before the end of next year, we're going to hear about another supplemental for the independence celebrations. And there will no doubt be a cost overrun. So it isn't going to be close to 8 million. It may, in fact, end up being 10 million when you are done. And I say to the people of this country, I don't know if you have had enough, but I honestly have had enough of this administration. And I say that not in the spirit of just being a Barbados Labour Party member. I say that because I'm tired of the excuses. I would say something else that I'm tired of, but I can't say on this platform. The police officers are there. But I'm tired. I'm tired because I know that this country can do better. I know that all of the business people in this surrounding area are hurting. Even the people the prostitutes hurting because the people are spending the money for these services. That is the reality. That is what we have come to. Because people making choices, whether they spend there, whether they spend on their children's food supplies, whether they send their children to school, they are making decisions in their life in a way that they've never had to do in this country before. That is what is happening. And when business in this country, you can hear people crying out. They're crying out about the tax, the mobile tax that they imposed. First of all, they came with the tax and they said, this tax is going to be an excise tax. And then, of course, they got that wrong. So that tax was supposed to bring in 32 million, of which they said that they were going to put some of the money towards education. They didn't say how much. And I listened to the Minister of Finance carefully. And if you all get the opportunity, go through the budget of 2015. He did not say how much of that money from the mobile tax would go towards the education grants. So it means that you are led to believe because it is going to help with education, but you don't even know how much is being allocated to the education fund. And then what they do is they realize that that was bad law, so they come back now and they tell the people of this country they're going to introduce a VAT of 22% on the cell phones, which is going to be collected by the telecommunications companies. But that particular revenue measure is not going to bring in $32 million to this country. That revenue measure is only going to bring in 13 million to this country. So yet again, they're saying to you, we're getting money, we're imposing an additional burden on you, we're projecting that we're going to bring down your debt, but then they get it wrong again, just like they got the municipal solid waste tax and got that wrong and they had to revoke that as well. And then they've gotten wrong the fingerprinting as well. You see the mess that we're in? Because error after error is being made by this administration. It can't be the public servants. It got to be the head directing the rest of the body. I don't believe it's the good public servants of this country because I feel that they give the ministers the correct advice and then they do as they like. But you cannot impose on businesses high water rates, high electricity rates, inability to access financing. Most people in this country want to start up in some way, some kind of small business. But what is the reality? You must have money to be able to set up a business. So explain to me, after 7 years of a Democratic Labour Party administration in government, what money you have? You don't have none. You don't have the leeway to be able to go forward to say you have security to be able to carry to a banking institution to get any of the resources that are down at central bank. That is the reality of what is happening in this country. People don't want to take risks, even on entrepreneurs. Businesses all through the city are hurting. Businesses in St. Michael's Southeast, all across this country are hurting. Because people in St. Thomas, Cindy, people are hurting because they do not have the disposable income to be able to plan better. I journeyed all the way down to Pelican Village today because I read the reports in the paper today about the issues down there. That the BIDC planned an exercise down there to be able to attract tourists, to be able to have the craftsmen of this country be able to show their trade and to be able to sell their stuff. And would you believe that person after person, tenant after tenant, said the same thing? The Barbados Industrial Development Corporation is not meeting minds with the people who are actually the owners and the renters of the various businesses, small businesses in this country. They're not appreciating the fact that the building needs to be maintained. They haven't maintained it. You have boards that have been licked out. You have places that needed painting. You have issues where people cannot afford the rent. And they made a big stink about the fact that people can't afford the rent down in BIDC. But how are you going to afford the rent if it is that this administration for 7 years has been making you bear a burden that has now become unbearable to most people across this country? Whether it is whether it is in town, whether it is the vendors that the police officers no doubt have been told, get them off of the street at Christmas. I beg you, leave the vendors in town. Let the vendors play the trade. Because at the end of the day, you are hurting families. There has to be a better way to regulate the system of vending in this country. It cannot be that people have found that they now have to go onto the streets to play their trade even more than before because people are not coming into the stores. And then what do? You end up basically now running people off of the street. It is not fair to the people of this country. Better can be done. And as I close, because Cynthia is giving me the red light, I want to say to this country, and I want to say to the people of Barbados, we will continue in the Barbados Labour Party to speak truth to power. And we want you to be able to speak truth to power. When you recall that when we marched against the municipal solid waste tax, action was taken. It was repealed, right? led by Mia Amor Motley, leader of the Barbados Labour Party, we marched hand in hand and spoke truth to power for what we felt was a bad tax. I take the view that the people of this country must continue to have a voice. Whether they have a voice in their numbers by marching, whether they have a voice by empowering the people of the Barbados Labour Party to lead this country, whether they have a voice because they send us emails because they express their position on social media or in the newspaper. People of this country must continue to have a voice and speak truth to power. And if nothing else you leave this meeting tonight, I ask you to continue to remember that. They will say that they're going to crack our heads and they're going to shoot us, and they don't find nothing wrong with that. But I say to you, it's not about being violent, but you must be able to represent yourself and to say that something is going wrong in your country. I wish you a blessed night.
Say what you like. The women are strong, or even stronger than the men in this Barbados Labour Party. But the Dems don't pay the women no attention, but you leave them. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, what an excellent young woman. And the Labour Party has them coming in droves to run in constituencies because they're the people who have a heart and who care. I saw a gentleman just now as I walked through the crowd, and he said to me, Mistress, woman is saying that is true. But we're not here about lies, we're about the truth. He said, let's go to the QEH and things that they're bad. He says, old man, and you don't know that the Dems carry back to slavery? We got to go and beg. We're losing the houses. Our children have to pay at university. We can't eat a proper meal, especially you, the people in urban Barbados. You are so unlike rural Barbados. To get a potato and a yam and a bread, you generally have to buy it. You must come in the country more often and let us give too, because that is what Barbados was about before. You have to go and buy it, and the money is not always there, and this government has not been good to you. But again, I tell you, I'm not a speaker tonight in the sense that I can speak for 2 minutes or 5. Just to say, though, before you introduce the next dynamic speaker, is that this government told you one of the major things that they will tackle is cost of living. Cost of living. Cost of living. Cost of living has skyrocketed through the sky. We're going to give the police and the nurses and so on duty-free cars. I don't know who's getting the duty-free cars, so I'm not going to tell you any lie. But that is so unfortunate. You're going to get all of these houses. You heard Kelma last week too. To solve that problem with the squatters, we will have 500 lots at $5 a square foot. You know, we believe that cabinet didn't know a word, because when they saw the other front benchers, they were like, what the fancy talking about? The Labour Party doesn't do that to you. They made sure that urban and rural development catered to the needs of Barbadians. And we will do it again once you give us the mandate, whatever that time is called. The DIMS, D-I-M-S, that's what they call them. They've dimmed every light in every sector of this country. Construction, manufacturing, agriculture, you go on. First time in 300 years that the crop started in May was last year. All the time it is January or February. You could give that to the Dems. Cut off the head, decapitated the heads of the UDC director. Chop off the head of the RDC director. Took out one of the people who was senior in NCC and said, go long home, this government can't work with you. Who told her that? The chairman of NCC at that time. Took out the commissioner of police. Victimization, victimization, victimization. We are one people, under one God. And the Barbados Labour Party will treat the Dems and the Barbados Labour Party supporters as Barbadians who have potential. You can rest assured under Mayor Motley that's going to happen. It happened under Owen Afra. That's why he came with the politics of inclusion, and it worked well for Barbados. But I want to introduce to you a wonderful man. Not so young anymore, but full of fire and zest. none other than the Pan-Africanist. I did not say Trevor Eastman. But I simply say so, Trevor Prescott. He is the representative, the member of parliament for the constituency of St. Michael East, another community where those residents have been hit very hard by the failed policies of the Democratic Labour Party. I bring to you none other than my colleague and friend, Trevor Prescott, who will talk to you on a number of areas.
Good night, Boxers Road. It is of great importance tonight for me at least to spend a couple minutes with you because we are running very close to 11 and I want to make adequate space for the distinguished leader of this political party, Miss May Motley. I also want to give thanks to a number of progressive voices who have been in the forefront of this battle against this oppressed regime. And I want to say thanks to the advocacy of Dr. Tennyson Joseph. I want to say thanks as well to the work being done by my brother and inseparable colleague, Mr. David Commissar. I want to say thanks as well to Dr. George Bell. These are soldiers in the struggle for the liberation of the people of Barbados under the most oppressed regime we have seen since the 1930s. On this location, where we stand tonight, is the estate of James Tudor. Within close proximity to here is the home of Martineau, Duncan O'Neill, Beckles, who run the food shop. And we have had some very distinguished leaders as well in these areas in the form of the Motley family as well as the Miller family. And tonight I stand in the spirit of the militancy and the vision of those persons to whom I refer. The Barbados Labour Party has been in the forefront of the struggle since the 1930s, and even before the party was formed, the distinguished leader, Sir Grantley Adams, was in the forefront of the struggle calling for economic enfranchisement, a term that we now modernize and use. And when he went before the Mons Commission, and Lord Mon asked the question, what do you believe? The word right, but I do not use it. Because we were not involved in any riots. We were involved in a serious revolution to change things. And Grantley Adams said, it is about the economic distribution in this land. And as long as you have European hegemony being imposed, ability to the working class people in this country and some middle class blacks, you will have uprisings in perpetuity. So fundamental changes would have to be made. And you had Clement Payne, and you had Israel Lovell. I start this way because I want the Barbados Labour Party to know that there is strong evidence in the history of the evolution of Barbados that whenever fundamental changes are made, the political party in the forefront could not do it alone. I want this party to open up to all those other progressive thinkers with a vision to carry the country forward. And let us work collectively together to get rid of these vagabonds called the Democratic Labour Party. It is important that you don't have to be politically incestual, enjoying yourself and believing that you're going to win another government, and then when the election is over, you discover that you nearly win. We are not taking any chances in the next election, which ought to be like yesterday. When I came here tonight, some people were asking, but why you all held the meeting on Saturday night? Why you want to hold meetings at this time? I told them, this country is experiencing a form of genocide that it has never seen before. And I looked at the Barbados Economic and Social Report. While we were boasting up to 2008 that the average Barbadian was living up to about 75 years, that variable has changed since the Democratic Labour Party came to office. That report frightens me. It is now saying that the population is 276,000 people. But that is an issue for public debate, a very important issue, because if we are having increased death rates and we are also having a decrease in the birth rate, and yet the population is moving up to 276,000 persons, then you must understand why we had a justification for coming here tonight. Because what it is saying to you is that the natural Barbadian population is decreasing, and we are dying at a rapid rate. And if you don't want to believe these figures, open the newspaper and see if almost every page and got on deads, all through it deads. You don't want more empirical evidence than that? You're hearing all the time, and some people appear to be numb or comatose, that the quality of the services at the hospital is declining at a rapid rate. And when you step through the door, there's that element of fear. You never know if you're going to come out. The welfare department cannot meet the demands of the people who are experiencing abject poverty in this country. The university, who once had over 8,000 students a semester, university is now down to 4,000 students. But including in those students are students coming and new arrangements coming from outside, even of the British Caribbean, all in Latin America. We are bringing in other people where the university might be trying to address the economic concerns. It means that we are not putting out quantitatively the amount of students at a scholarly level, at the level of tertiary education. And all of this has occurred since the Democratic Labour Party came to office. Now, you understand why the Barbados Labour Party has a rationalization that recognizes the urgency for us to come to the people. Because we are seeing an erosion of the economic and social order of this society. So we are here tonight. And I'm very sorry, but I am very accommodating. But I'm very sorry that I did not have the opportunity to spend at least the paltry time of half hour with you. Because I want you to understand what they are doing to black people all over this country. And none of them can stop me from talking about who I am and who you are. You might see other people with different pigmentation or specks in the black pool. I am not contentious against anybody, but I believe that all of us must share in the care. And I am not pleased when I see black people struggling to work for $150 and $200 a week, and people who don't have any superior ability dominating the economy, giving the children the best, and what we live in is even far inferior to what their dogs live in. I have to be concerned about that, and I will hope that you are concerned about it as well. So when we talk about our house, they smile. Because for them, you don't have any house. When you go home with $250 to feed a family, they laugh. Because they just signed a contract with a black government to make $150 million, not $150. $150 million. And I am going to be on the backs of a few that I will name until I die. Some of you out there are making comedy about this representative calling for Coverly. But the government has thousands of dollars in Coverly. Give Mark Maloney a contract and a 99-year lease at $100 a year of the taxpayers' property up there. They cannot even get water because they were struggling to put up the water tanks recently up there to supply water across St. Philip. And a town planner sat down and agreed to that. They also extend an island in the middle of the street. Nobody can stop me from talking that, not even Mark Maloney and the army together. Because a little black boy was coming from a primary school graduation, dressed in his uniform, looking as regal as a youth boy can be, and looking forward to enjoying going to Harrison College, Queen's College. And that island that was put in the middle of the street, which he was instructed to remove, he ignored all the black boys in the public service and left it there, and it took the life of one of our children. And since then, many accidents occurred there. It don't concern me. Does it not concern you? This is serious business. This man constructed a gas station in the middle of a residential area. I was told not to do it. He still did it. The gas station is still there. He was to build over 1,200 houses. He can't get past the sale of 200 all right now. But he comes to the newspaper and tell the newspaper he's selling about 7 to 12 houses a week. You know how long he started that building up there? When you pass up there, it looked like ghost town. Taxpayers' money wasted. But then the same town planner comes to the bell and goes to the newspaper and say that the people on the bell must move. No, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It has nothing to do with votes. It's a commitment that I have made to God and man. It is not going to happen. This fight is not about the bell and the bell alone. This is about your existence and a right to have somewhere to live like anybody else. And this is modern Barbados. This is modern Barbados. There are all kinds of scientific methods. When we left office in 2008, the arrangement was that a reverse osmosis plant, if necessary, along with a small sewage plant, would be put there in order to accommodate these people. That must not change. I am not into any clowning with anybody. Because you're there sitting idly by and watching men driving BMWs that they get from men in the corporate sector. You are watching men driving now the Benz. If you come in the House Assembly yard on Tuesday, Benz, BMW, and you sucking salt and sitting silent. Well, I come here tonight to betray silence itself. That's why we are here, to betray silence. Because there's a time when you must talk. And parliamentarians must talk. They are doing all kinds of things in this country. You're not going to remove them because they are desperate. They say some of the dirtiest things to women. If you hear the things that Dennis Lowe is overtly saying on the floor of the House Assembly, and Chris Sinkler, to the women on the Barbados Labour Party side, and sometimes the speaker's sleeping. He don't hear. He don't hear. That is what's going on there. But look, I came not to deal so much with that because my time is short. I'm just going to say a few words on the transport board. Now, Tom Adams nationalized the transport system. Some people don't want to give him the glory for some of the progressive things he has done. But he took those buses, the old Rockland buses and Blaze Hill and elite buses off the road. What the people would call then the rocketly down buses off the street. And he gave the owners of the buses a little stipend. Took charge of the transport board. Not because he wanted to make large sums of profit, but he understood that we had a social responsibility to the poorest people in the land. Don't expect the elitist intellectuals to fight for you. You live in St. Lucie, you live in St. Andrew, you who live in town that you have to go up to St. Andrew and St. Peter and St. Lucie. This is a matter of your concern. Last week, they flew a kite in the House Assembly on 2 occasions about what is the actual cost of a passenger traveling or commuter traveling on a transport bus against what he actually pays. And they are arguing that the average amount paid is very far being underestimated. Now, when you hear these things and you're a prudent politician, you don't ignore it. And then I heard that there was discussions between the ministers of government about an increase in the bus fares. Now, some journalists that's smart ought to be answering some questions about this, because the newspaper must also act as a gatekeeper and a defender of the people. We need to know exactly if the government is contemplating an increase in the bus fares. And if they're going to bring an increase and also bring stages into the system, like it used to be before. These people corrupt the transport system. When we were moving towards a nationalist system, I am going to tell you who did it, when they did it, how many licenses they sold to people, and they bargain and sold the license on the most lucrative routes in Barbados and undermine the revenue of the transport board. That is the genesis of the collapse that we are witnessing at present in the transport board. I am going to go into that in more detail, but right now they force me to proceed. So you get a synopsis. The reality is as well, we agreed, working in collaboration with the Barbados Workers Union. And I can't give you the transitions in the conversation, talk straight. That we will give the workers of the transport board an opportunity. Since it would have been merciless to dismiss over 100 workers from the transport board and cause over 100 families to suffer. These workers put up their severance payment as an investment in a black business called UCAL. They now have 120 workers. You know what these vagabonds did? These people allow UCAL to run up into a debt. They owe UCAL of $22 million. A small company with working class people, an excellent experiment of economic enfranchisement. So that if the capitalist trends, the neoliberal trends are forcing many of us from the workforce, and the government is trying to create opportunities for others, then this is the model that we ought to experiment with and to make it work. Whatever the shortcomings were at that time, the model, we ought to make it work successfully. But if you owe a company $22 million, you are undermining the existence of the company. And those families suffer. The transport board and the minister allow 3 Trinidadians to come in here to set up a business, to set up a workshop at Mangrove, and took all the transport board buses up there and put it in signed UCAL contract now for years, but signed the contract for the 3 Trinidadians. And arguing that because of the technical skills, the very buses that UCAL used to repair for years, because there's no new buses, they are old buses that UCAL kept that rolling stock going over and over for years. They are now saying that the men got special skills to repair old buses. And this is what we're dealing with. They force UCAL to go look for overdraft facility. Mayor? Yeah. They force UCAL to go and look for overdraft facility in order to sustain itself. Nobody don't hold any compassion for black people, and certainly not that group. The only defense they have when I speak in the House Assembly is to tell fool people that I say the same all the time. Yes, like the Bible, I say the same thing all the time. The Bible talk about Jesus, I talk about black people. Straightforward. Straightforward. I am not against Asiatic people, European people, nobody. I want equity. I want the economy to be divided fair. Let me and you get piece of the cake too. They got the cow, we want the cake. Now, I can't be unreasonable. It is 11:15. And quarter is what? Oh, you can give me more time. Well, yeah. All right, listen. I just want to say that coincidentally, when I was coming here tonight, I read the words of Frederick Douglass. And Frederick Douglass, as I opened the page, Douglass was saying, some of us want the ocean, some of us want the sea, the ocean, without the roar of the sea. We are not greedy people. We have never been greedy people from the time they captured us. And you know I want to tell y'all, if y'all are prepared to spend or celebrate 50 years of cosmetic independence, I want you to know that this year is 200 years of the great revolt of General Boozer as well. And if the government can celebrate cosmetic independence in the form in which we got it, I'm not against it because it was a soft effort. But you're talking about people on a plantation fighting against people with superior weaponry and trying to break the chains of slavery. And it is going past in this year, this 200 year, the man is also a national hero. None of you, and I am concerned about that, more than celebrating the Democratic Labour Party non-performance, especially in the middle of feeble, they can assert political power. They can. And they're vicious when it comes to that. But when it comes to the political and economic performances in this country in the last 50 years, the Barbados Labour Party has put down the most successful, important social and economic planks. And you watch them shut us out of this whole exercise of the celebration of independence. I will hope that my leader, if we are not included in that, let us be included in the struggles of the people on the ground, the working class people who fought the oppression of white dominance in 1816 and in 1937, as well as 1876. And that is where I ground my commitment to you, that I will celebrate with you throughout this entire year, 200 years of the Buster Revolt. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Comrades, that's Trevor Prescott in his own inimitable style. And I'm sure we could listen a little longer. I am to tell you that you are to be reminded of the annual Founders Day service scheduled for April 17th, Sunday, April 17th, at 11 o'clock in the morning at the St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Cathedral. Please come out, make an effort to attend and support the party as it celebrates its annual Founders Day service, April 17th, 11 in the morning at the St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Cathedral on Gemmas Lane, followed by lunch at party headquarters immediately thereafter. $50 per plate is the cost. All are invited. I'm told let's go straight on to the next speaker. We want to welcome to the city, the one who welcomes us to the city tonight, Colonel Jeffrey Bostic.
Good evening to the people of the city of Bridgetown. Good evening to the people of Barbados. I am in a very difficult position. Coming after Trevor Prescott, who delivered a very, very good presentation. And then before the political leader of the Barbados Labour Party. So right now I feel like I am playing cricket with the BCL. But I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that many people who played cricket with the BCL went on to play for the West Indies and became very, very, very great players indeed. I did not expect that I would have been here addressing you this evening. And I say so because we have had a very, very difficult week dealing with the estimates of revenue and expenditure. But I think that the fact that the Barbados Labour Party is mounting this platform this evening is testimony to the fact that we are willing to sacrifice anything on behalf of this country. We wanted to be here to share with you. It is also for me a very interesting period of time, and I want to start by making a few comments on a matter that I wanted to address for a long time, which is very dear to my heart. There's been a lot of talk recently of a third party. And I've heard some people on the radio saying that neither the BLP or the DLP have done anything for Barbados. And it pains me that sons and daughters of working class Barbadians could make a statement like that in a post-independent Barbados, post-independent, where so many achievements have been made on behalf of the people of this country. That pains me. And I say so because we must not allow people to think that the two parties have failed, because we want people to understand that every single vote will count during the next election. And we don't want votes to be going in other directions that could stop us from doing what is required, which is to remove the Democratic Labour Party from office. And I say this to you, where independence is concerned, I am glad that we are celebrating it. We may have different views as to how we should, but let me say this. The Barbados Labour Party served for 24 glorious years of those 50, man. 24. And we should not really depend on anybody to indicate to the remainder of Barbados what it is exactly that we have achieved. And I said it last week, and I will repeat it this week. It is time that some person or persons within our party chronicle the activities of the Barbados Labour Party in those 24 years of the 50 years of independence. Because when you look at it, I am absolutely certain that you will come to the conclusion that we have made a significant, if not the most significant contribution to the development of this country. Because when Kofi Annan was talking about Barbados punching above its weight, it was because of the glorious work that we did. I want to address you also as it relates to the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Truth be told, I am not going to confuse you with figures this evening, because I will say this every time I have to speak on this subject. Fiscal deficits don't mean anything to the average Barbadian. A fiscal deficit cannot help you to know where the next food is coming from. Primary surpluses and those terms will not help you to get a job. And we hear all kinds of figures coming from the central bank, one set of figures. Ministry of Finance, another set of figures. And my political leader presented some facts and figures. But I will say this to you, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to depend on the Minister of Finance. You don't even have to depend on the leader of the opposition. You know why? You live it every day. And who live it, feels it, and you know by your experience, because you feel it every day. You know by your experience. If you come on Baxter's Road alone, you will know by your experience, because you experience it every day. When you see the number of shops that have closed, friends that I had who used to drink vodka and whiskey that have turned out to brown rum and 4 for 10. He who feels it knows it, man. When you walk around the city, And you recognize that there are about 40 establishments, Broad Street, Swan Street, Bay Street, that have for rent or for sale signs up. First time in the history of this country. Truth be told, nobody can tell you anything about that because that is reality. When you have situations where the average shop in Barbados, the average bar, is struggling, and in order to make ends meet, shopkeepers have to rely on a little karaoke. And even to do a karaoke now is a problem. Some people are able to do it every week, and others once a month, sometimes once every 2 months. And I don't know what the rationale is behind that. But even for the poor person to be able to make ends meet, that is a difficulty. So you don't have to rely on figures. You feel it. You know it. I was a little disturbed when I got here this evening. And I saw a copy of a letter that was sent out to the fish vendors in this area and those who have little bars in the complex over there. And what disturbed me about that was that 1 week was given to those persons to remove the tents and everything that they have up by the market division because of some complaint or some little dispute that 1 or 2 persons have been having. But I want to assure the people on this street that early next week, I will make it my business to intervene on your behalf. And I'm not going to do Dixie right now because I don't have all the facts. And I like to be fair to people. But somebody will have to tell me which part of Adamsville states that Oistins could be flooded with tanks grammar that you can't even pass. And Bass's Road that is struggling. People struggling to make ends meet. And you're now telling me now that things are picking up barely slightly. That you're presenting another obstacle, another impediment. Have no fear. I will deal with this matter and I will treat it as a matter of urgency. And I want to say to the people on Bass's Road, and I'm not being parochial here, this is something that has to happen. Bass's Road must be revived. Has to be revived. And I want all of the shop owners, shopkeepers, bartenders, whoever on this street, irrespective of your political affiliation, join me, work with me. Let us, from crop over to independence, let us do something that is special from Baxter's Road to Nelson Street. I have the plan. I just need your support. During the estimates and a couple other debates before then, I was made a laughing stock to some extent because of a project that was done called the Kensington Beautification Project. And it was said that the houses just had, the front of the houses were painted and that was it. And people on the other side made a lot of mock sport at that. But truth be told, I am not ashamed of what was done. And I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. A thing of the past would have been laid to rest, but it hasn't been laid to rest, so I have to deal with it. I was given a project, monies that were controlled from the Prime Minister's office to beautify parts of the city of Bridgetown that were connecting roads or whatever to Kensington Oval. There was a limit of $20,000 on those houses that were selected, not by me. Not by me. In fact, I don't even think at the time that I was a candidate. But by urban development and the ministry, a team came around, they went around, they looked, and they made the determination. I was given a total of 68 houses to fix. Would you believe that I ended up fixing 148? I was supposed to be given a salary, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't take it. That money was used to employ people to do some debushing and cleaning up around the city of Bridgetown. But I'm only raising that to show you a comparison, and that project, I believe, was less than same people, ladies and gentlemen, in government, an Inter-American Development Bank program of US $30 million to provide proper housing and infrastructure for some depressed areas, not only in the city of Bridgetown, as in Castle and Greenfield, but short up the road in Garden Land and Allen View in St. Thomas. And, you know, I was accused of just painting the front of the houses. But would you believe that these men didn't even paint anything at all? The money went back because the government refused to execute the project. $30 million US. One small part of it was spent in the Garden Land. And you know the excuse for Greenfield? Oh, the surveyors said that they were frightened to go into the Greenfields. Frightened my foot. It seems as though whenever there's a project that should benefit low-income people in Barbados, that there's an issue. And that is something I will fight. I will fight with all of my breath and my strength, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reminded that 47 out of the $60 million went back untouched. Do you know what that would have done to a place like Castle, where Zandarine would have been able to make some money from the workers buying some drinks, and the people who sell food would have been able to sell some food and make some money, and people would have been employed from within the areas? And all of this went to nothing. And then, when we move still within housing, because that is the ministry that I shadow, and I'm not bringing figures and things to you today, I'm bringing some facts. Because I said to the Minister of Housing that the housing program, which the government touted as the flagship for the government's performance during the first term, housing every last person. And I want you to repeat, because you know that that program really means houses empty, lacking people. You know that. Because when you look around this country, you see a whole heap of empty houses. And if empty vessels make most noise, what would you say about empty houses? And you know the reality about this? Let me tell you. I have checked and I have put everything together because I like to look for patterns. I like to look to see where policy is leading. And I realize that anytime there's a housing project that should benefit low-income earners, those projects were not pursued with any sort of vigor. But whenever there were housing projects to benefit others, those projects were pursued. And that's why we have a lot of empty houses right now. Because it is a shame that after such a long time, so many housing units at the grotto could still be empty. Housing units that not a fella from the Bayland can get in because he can't afford. That is a travesty of justice. What was supposed to have been a project for low-income earners has now reached the point, because of the exorbitant construction costs, where those units can no longer be rented to anybody that is considered as low income. They are now priced at about $450,000 each. And this is the reality, and this is the dilemma that the government faces. No low-income earner can afford to pay that. No low-income earner, or very few, can afford to rent the ones or pay for the ones, at Coverley. Those persons who have money ain't living in the grotto. Neither are they living at Coverley. So you see the position? And the Honorable Minister can only say that during the first quarter of this year that there will be a solution to that problem. But I would like once again to remind him that the first quarter of this year ends this month. It ends this month. And there's no solution to the problem at the grotto. And the grotto, like several other estates, remain with several vacant lots. But that's not all. That is not all. There were a large number of persons within the urban corridor and all the St. Michael constituencies that should have benefited from now by the opportunity that was made available by the Barbados Labour Party for them to purchase the land that they're on, because Bridgetown and a lot of the St. Michael areas have a lot of tenantries. And you, the people, some of you who live in those areas that are seated and standing right here before me, you were supposed to have benefited in the same way that people benefited from the rural project. And up to now, nothing has happened in this regard. You are still waiting years after things were put in place by the Barbados Labour Party. And I will tell you, you will continue to wait until the Barbados Labour Party returns to office in order to give you what is rightfully yours. You're not getting it. There was a general workers fund that was created within the National Housing Corporation. A very, very good initiative by the Barbados Labour Party. Up to now, I believe that fund now stands probably in excess of $100 million. But no loans are being disbursed for people to do repairs to their homes. And it is very interesting that between 1986 and 1994, only about $15 million in loans were disbursed. That's under previous Democratic Labour Party administration. From 1994 to 2006, under Barbados Labour Party administration, over $60 million in loans were disbursed. That is the difference between the two parties, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most glaring omissions that I saw in the estimates, and they call it an omission, very, very little was allocated to maintenance. And this is something that concerns me greatly because it affects a very large number of persons in this country. For the last 5 years, several of the government's housing estates have not had any maintenance. If you speak to the people in Kensington Lodge, they will tell you that. If you speak to those at Deacons, they will tell you that. At Pondside, they will tell you that. And conditions in those estates are deteriorating rapidly. Well, I bring no comfort to the residents and the tenants of those estates because you have to suffer some more. No money was allocated in the estimates to deal with the magnitude of the problems of maintenance that we have in this country with the government estates. And equally important, all of those estates, those housing developments that are uninhabited and closed, they too will require millions of dollars in maintenance before people can occupy them. Because a house is a living thing. And you have to live in the house to give it some life. If not, the things will malfunction. So if you are a government that really cares about people, and especially the most vulnerable, then providing the necessary maintenance, which is a requirement of the National Housing Corporation, that should be and must be a priority. And I say to the minister, I've said it before, I repeat it again, there's no point in building any more new housing in Barbados right now. If you cannot disburse the ones that have been completed already, If you cannot maintain the ones that you have already, don't worry about building new ones, man. Change the policy. Change the policy now to maintenance and maintain what you already have. You agree with me? Good. You pass the exam. Then we come now to the problem associated with those people who were told that you will get your house, the conveyances. And I will say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is part of the problem that the national housing has, I believe. Because those persons, although they don't really have the ownership of the homes right now, I don't think they're paying the rent. Okay? And the shortfall of cash is affecting the National Housing Corporation in such a big way that I can tell you that that corporation, and nothing against those who work there because they're very good people and they work hard, but they don't have the money to do what is required. They are operationally in trouble. And I think it is about time that the Minister of Housing comes to the people of Barbados, to those persons who are expecting those conveyances, to tell them the truth. To tell them the truth, because what they're not telling you, ladies and gentlemen, is that initiative was not thought through properly. You see, by giving you apartments, let's say in Kensington Lodge, that now becomes like a condominium. And there's a condominium act. You know that there are certain common areas like the sewage, like lighting, especially external lighting, even electrical, that has to be dealt with in totality. It can't be dealt with in isolation. So that is the problem that they're facing right now. And in addition to that, you can't have a situation where the NHC owns some of the apartments and some are self-owned. So who is going to be responsible for the overall maintenance? Those are the issues that they're not telling you. Truth be told. And now, let me come to the whole question of urban and urban development, because that is another area that is shadowed by me. And I want to say this. I have a real serious concern with the Urban Development Commission in terms of its policy of the urbanization of Barbados, urban renewal. The Barbados Labour Party had a good policy. It could have been better, I would admit, in my view. But it was a good policy. Several things were done simultaneously. And what we are finding now is that very little, if anything, is being done within the urban corridor. We don't have, not a lot of roads are being repaired or fixed or replaced, only in certain areas. And I find it very, very interesting to note that you will find one part of the Bay Land where the roads are fixed. And just across the street, it seems as though the machines broke down or ran out of fuel. But what that was really was the difference between the BLPL side and the DLPL side. We talk about the eradication of pit toilets from the landscape of Barbados. Well, I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, we have not yet reached the mountaintop of our development. We cannot reach the mountaintop of our development until we eradicate pit toilets off the landscape of Barbados in totality. And that must be a priority of any caring government. And I hope when the Barbados Labour Party is returned to office that we will continue to make that a priority, because it was. We cannot reach the mountaintop of development when the queues at the Salvation Army every year for hampers continue to grow with more and more young people. And the daily feeding queues continue to expand. That tells us that we are nowhere where we ought to be. The estimates might not tell you that, but who live it, feels it, knows it. That is what I'm saying to you. And I want to end, because I don't want to take up any of the leaders' time. I want to say this, man. We had 14 glorious years under the stewardship of Orin Arthur and those who assisted him in that Barbados Labour Party administration. And yes, the old general is no longer with us, but we have a new captain, man. And we have some good team players too, some new ones. And there's one thing that is missing that people don't talk about a lot, but for me is a very significant thing. You know that the government was returned to office without one single new MP being elected. You know that we had 5. So the people want some freshness. Freshness in Dwight Sutherland, freshness in Santia Bradshaw, Edmund Hinkson, Jeffrey Bostic, and at one time we had Maria Agard. 5 new, fresh MPs. And I know come the next election, with the captain that we have, the new captain, with some able lieutenants, and some of the old stalwarts from the past, the Barbados Labour Party will take the mantle of office in this country. And truth be told, we will bring Barbados back up to where it was before and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, come with all. I'm not a technician, but I can handle myself. In town or in the country. So while I wait for the technician to do it for me, I want to tell you that we're really suffering so badly. All because of a government that did some failed projects and put the people's welfare of Barbados at stake. So the Alexandria investigation, the NCC tribunal, the guard huts that Ronald Jones built, 72, another security guard in them. The summer camps, about $30 million over a 6-year period. The rentals in the various stores and so, but we will get to that another time. I want to introduce you to a dynamic woman. One of the most powerful women in the Caribbean and in this hemisphere. A woman who, at the tender age in her late 20s, took over the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports and Culture, and gave young people and people of Barbados in general a hope with EduTech under her belt, with all that curriculum reform, with culture booming, and the young people there with the youth commissioners reaching out and touching lives and turning them around. She's a first-timer too, first child from her dear parents, but also the first woman to become an attorney general in this place. The first woman to become a leader of the opposition. And I want Mia Amor Motley, QC MP, to be the next Prime Minister of Barbados, the first female Prime Minister of Barbados. Please welcome to the podium our dear friend and our most wonderful leader, the Honorable Mia Motley, who will now give you chapter and verse on the truth. And we will tell the truth, cost us what it may. God, ain't I better looking than she now? God bless you.
I concede to that. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. It is a good and glorious thing to be with the people in the city, in the heartland of our nation. And I want tonight to thank those of you who have come out to listen. We have come here because we believe we have a duty. And I want to start by thanking all who on our team this week made Barbadians realize that they have a choice. And they have a choice from a team who stood focused on the issues that matter to you and not to the abuse and the abusing that you heard coming from the government side day after day after day. But you will also allow me, from my heart, to thank those who spoke tonight so well on this platform. You know, when you see first-time MPs mature and blossom, like how you saw first and foremost Eddie Hinkson, Cynthia Bradshaw, Dwight Sutherland, and my boy Jeffrey Bostic, you know that the Labour Party has a bright future to be able to represent the people of this country. And when you see that we have come here to the city, Trevor told you symbolically what this site and this area means. I don't need to repeat that. And I want to say to the vendors who are here, we haven't come here by accident either, because you have been facing a ghost town many a night down here and can't get your food sold, your drink sold. And I know because I come down almost every week, and I spend time with you and I hear your stories. So when you hear Santa tonight talk about the vendors, it is not something that we are making up. So we are here to speak to you and to speak truth to power tonight. And you know, when these estimates started, part of me believed that we were going to be in for a real debate that mattered to the people of this country. A real debate that could have allowed us in the 50th year of our nation to confront issues that matter to you. But I come here tonight a very depressed lady. A depressed lady who, after 27 years in political life, saw a display in Parliament this week that was as callous and as removed and as distant from what Barbadians experience on a day-to-day basis. We didn't talk to your satisfaction or our satisfaction this week about the issues that matter. We didn't talk about the fact that we have a sugar industry where the crop started 2 weeks ago. And within a few days of starting, 2 days, the machinery break down. And the cane just continued to pile up and pile up and pile up. And they didn't even take the cane from the bottom. So you know what would happen to that cane at the bottom after days and days of heat. And when they got it started again, the factory break down again. In 10 days, you have not even had 3 days of grinding. We didn't talk about the fact that for all the talk about tourism numbers increasing, the jobs ain't coming and the money ain't coming to our people. We didn't talk about the fact that next month, many of the people who have to pay taxes in this country, when they go to file their taxes, and Clyde Maskell warned you at Tyrrell Court last year when they took it away, $60 million taken away from 62,000 people. You didn't hear the government talk about how it would help people make the adjustment to the loss of income that they're going to lose from not having those allowances. We didn't talk about the fact about what $400 million more in debt would do to you because of CLECO and British American on a debt that is already among the highest, if not the highest in the region, higher than Jamaica. That is the Barbados in the 50th year of its nationhood. And where did that $400 million come from? A prime minister one that is gone, who institutionalized corruption in the Democratic Labour Party as Prime Minister of this country. And I say so tonight without fear of contradiction. Because when a Prime Minister can act unlawfully as a Prime Minister and take a check for $3.3 million, he is institutionalizing corruption in his political party. And the current Prime Minister could tell you that when I asked you to be concerned about the 40,000 people who for 8-9 years are still waiting, he could tell you it should be punished with laughter. We didn't talk this week about the water crisis of the people in the north. If it were not for the Labour Party going down in the north all year's day, writing the minister, going to the water authority, they would not have treated it with any seriousness. And even this week, in the heat of industrial action being taken by the workers, not a word from the Prime Minister of this country as to what would be done to secure the distribution of water to people who can't get pipe water in Barbados. We didn't talk about that this week. We didn't even have a thorough conversation other than the Prime Minister telling you Wednesday, fingerprinting must go ahead. And by Friday, you learned fingerprinting on the back burner. Flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop. And were it not for the Labour Party talking about the hospital, the government would have hidden from it. Dwight Sutherland speaking well, reminding you of what the cuts to the drug service did to you and to many Barbadians, and the increase in the number of strokes by almost 50% after those cuts in the drug service in 2010. Not a word on Cahill from the government. We asked for documents signed not in the personal name but in your name as ministers of this country. No documents on Cahill. No MOU from Sandals. And you could imagine wonderful athletics in my constituency at the National Stadium yesterday. Wonderful. A young girl, Sade Williams, breaks 2 records in one day. Salute her. In the 200 meters. But nobody in the Democratic Labour Party would tell you when we can get a national stadium where Bajans can sit down in again. And these were the estimates. Not a word. And the most her family will have to do is to wait to watch her at Carifta in Grenada or at Rio in the Olympics since she qualified for Rio 2. What is the attitude of this government? You can take it or you can lump it. I used to think that song was lost in the early 90s, and if I could sing for you, I would sing, you can take it, you can lump it. None of you ain't breaking up my night rest. But since Bongo can't sing like I could do it. But that is what you get from these ministers. And what you have, therefore, this week was the continued amalgam of incompetence and indifference. Incompetence by itself is bad, but indifference on top of it, well, that's worse. And when you have the two combined, then you are now creating an annoyance for the people of Barbados. And too many people are becoming hopeless and frustrated. We were not expecting the government this week to give us any solutions, because they didn't give you none in 8 years. And what they give, as you heard from Santia, they had to take back the solid waste tax, the cell phone tax, the fingerprint again this week of Bajans entering their country. For us to enter the Guinness Book of World Records to be the only country to fingerprint their own citizens leaving and entering their own country. So we weren't expecting anything revolutionary or any new ideas from them. But what we were expecting is for them not to be arrogant, for them not to be contemptuous, for them not to spend their time abusing. And I want to tell you that we accept that you're going to get cursed and abused in politics. There was nobody who cursed in the Parliament of Barbados more than Errol Barrow and Tom Adams. There was nobody who cursed and attacked people more and abused them than Billy Miller and Richie Haynes, Louis Tull, Lammy Craig. But when those people cursed or attacked, they buttressed it with a vision and delivery of work in their ministry. Those men used to abuse some people that when the people get abused, they were going to walk past their own car to get abused so bad. But you knew what they were delivering in terms of their ministries. With these fellas, with this ragtag bunch of ministers, all you have is abuse and attack and blame. And policies, blunder after blunder after blunder. And you know, I say to you that there has to be a way forward. And the Barbados Labour Party will give you that way. But when you have a Minister of Finance who finds it desirable to curse banks and bank managers, when language of a Minister of Finance should be even-keeled, not intemperate, not making mock sport at people, then the country, you and me, all of us, pay a price for his behavior, because these people will not give the country the benefit of the doubt. And we know more than ever, Barbados needs leadership, Barbados needs inspiration, and Barbados needs people to stand up for it. To ask people to work with us in good faith, but it is not going to come from the abusing and the carrying on in Parliament. And I say to you, that is the ministers I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the two backbenchers. I ain't talking about poor Mara, because leave her alone. Trust me, leave her alone. She is like a 5-foot woman wading in 7-foot water and can't swim. You understand? So you leave her alone. But I want you to hold those ministers accountable. And I've come here tonight to show you that after 1 week of debate, hundreds of thousands of dollars in catering, because don't fool yourself, some of them go to Parliament just to eat and drink. It is the most solid bar in Bridgetown, if not Barbados. In fact, I must confess, I see a gold bottle this week with brandy in it. I'd never seen such a gold bottle in my 50 years. And that's what Parliament was reduced to. But you see, they were there because of a constitutional necessity. They didn't prepare. They didn't come with the files. They didn't come with the notes. And last night was the clearest example of it. Sante will tell you. Michael Lashley gets up and says, I need $21 million for the transport board. I beg to move at this head stamp part and sit back down. And we had to tell him, Skip, it don't work. So, what you need the money for? Tell us. And he fumbled and he fumbled and he fumbled and he sent for the file and he couldn't get the file. And he still fumbled. Steve Blackett, same thing. But the truth is, when he said what he needed the money for, we understood why he was fumbling. Because $1 million was for one man in Transtech, and $3 million was for 120 families in UCAL, leaving $19 million owed to UCAL. And Trevor spoke to you about that tonight. But it wasn't just the incompetence and the indifference. It's the lies. It's the misleading. And I have come here tonight to share with you what, and to unmask for you, what really must not be allowed to happen in this country again. And you see, that is why the Barbados Labour Party is getting itself ready. Because we will have the mission of 8 years. We will. I am pleased by the fact that one of the reasons we've not been able to complete our slate of candidates is that we actually have too many people coming forward, so many people coming forward. You can imagine 5 people wanting to run in St. John. You can imagine that in almost from the ones who want to run, there are those who just want to help. And there are hundreds of people joining this party and offering their services. So that when I see what passes for governance and what passed for governance this week in the Parliament, I want you to listen for yourself. Because you heard me speak about the National Insurance Scheme this week. And I'm going to come back another night to the $55 million bond. But tonight is not the night for that. But you heard me tell the Parliament that I was dismayed at the fact of the National Insurance Board on the direction of the minister and carrying it to cabinet, or about to carry it to cabinet, to increase the fees of the directors from $300 a month to $900 a month. A 200% increase. I am not going to say any more because I want you to listen for yourself. And I want you to watch for yourself. Because you must now adjudge the type of people you have in Parliament representing you. Please.
But I do believe that if you are asking Barbadians to share a burden as we go through these difficult times, then it must appear as though everybody is sharing that burden. Everybody. And when stories therefore emerge that the National Insurance Board, led by the Minister of Labour, could want the Cabinet to agree to increase the fees of the directors of the National Insurance Board from $300 to $900 a month, a 200% increase in board fees, in circumstances be able to eat food. Last week, told the NUPW, a judge, you have no case for back pay. But then at the same time, she and her ministry
really don't want to.
Yes, I remember.
Point of order. You all remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, is, I believe, misleading the House. I'm a member of the Cabinet of Barbados as Minister of Finance, and I do not know of, or can I recall, any cabinet paper that has come to, any paper that has come to cabinet paper or otherwise, asking the Cabinet to agree to increase the fees of directors of the National Insurance from $300 to $900 or $800. And therefore, I think that if the member has evidence to that effect, that she should make the side paper a document of the House or have that matter withdrawn, because it clearly is not true. I'm saying it is not true.
Is intending to bring, Minister of Labour is intending to bring to Cabinet, and Mr. Speaker, let the Minister of Finance deny that the National Insurance Board and the Minister have been dealing with this matter. Let him deny it, because it is a fact. And the bottom line is that we will bring the evidence in here for that too.
Yes, I remember. I can categorically deny that I have any knowledge of or information pertaining to any such matter between the Minister of Labour, the Honourable Minister of Labour, and the National Insurance, whether board or directory.
Now you heard him. You heard Chris Sinclair. You have to believe a Minister of Finance, not true? We just talked about how important a Minister of Finance is and how people must be able to trust their word. We just talked about why a Minister of Finance should not use intemperate language even and curse the lady from Royal Bank that he cursed last Sunday and Monday again. So, lo and behold, the next day comes, and off of the back of a truck comes this. Let me see it, please. Let the rest see it. Take your time and let us see it. What does it say at the top? October 27th, 2015. A stamp from the Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and Human Resource Development. Do you see it? Then the next thing it says, to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and Human Resource Development. The following extract from the confirmed minutes of a meeting of the Cabinet held on October 15th, 2015 is forwarded for early action. And then you see a signature, and underneath that it says for the Cabinet Secretary. Now, Joe Atherley, you come because you are a bishop. Come and join me, please. And you have already had experience with dealing with an opponent who has not yet reflected the behavior that you would expect as a bishop him to reflect. So you come. You ain't getting in trouble. Joe, you served in a cabinet. Take your time. Take your time. Is this the form of cabinet minutes that are circulated to ministries in Barbados? No, the people can't hear you, Joe. Bishop, the people still you to help me read what comes next. I'm the breasts out there who want to read for themselves instead of listening to the bishop. Start from number 8.
Appointment to the National Insurance Board, note 15772/MLS D44. The Cabinet agreed that A, the Chief Parliamentary Council should be instructed to prepare the amendment to Section 3 of the National Insurance Act, Cap 47, to include the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for Social Security or nominee to be appointed ex officio to the National Insurance Board.
Now pause, Joe, because we're going to come back and talk another night about that too. Because the NIS board was always meant to be a tripartite board, and the government now trying to change the structure for their own reasons. Please continue.
Cabinet agreed B, the fees payable to the members of the National Insurance Board should be as follows. Chairman, $1,800 per month. Deputy Chairman, $900 per month.
Did it say 300?
$900 per month. Member, $900 per month.
Thank you, Bishop Atherley. Now you have heard the truth from the confirmed minutes read to you by a bishop and coming. I really can't remember what Sinclair said just now. I think I need a little reminder of what Sinclair said just now. Did he agree that it was done? Did he tell you that it was done 6 months ago? Let me see again. Bring it up. Bring it up. Or as a former prime minister used to say, bring it up.
$900 or $800. And therefore, I think that if the member has evidence to that effect, that she should make the side paper a document of the House or have that matter withdrawn, because it clearly is not true. I'm saying it is not true.
Said that he had reached cabinet yet. I said that is intending to come to cabinet.
Very well.
I said that the Minister of Labour is Minister of Cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, let the Minister of Finance deny that the National Insurance Board and the Minister have been dealing with this matter. Let him deny it, because it is a fact. And the bottom line is that we will bring the evidence in here for that too.
Order, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can categorically deny that I have any knowledge of or information pertaining to any such matter between the Minister of Labour, the Honourable Minister of Labour, and the National Insurance, whether board or directorate.
You know what Lord Nelson would say? But I tell you, I can't sing. What would he sing? Somebody sang it up here tonight. It was Cinti. You hear?
Because it clearly is not true. I'm saying it is not true. I can categorically deny. I can categorically deny. I can categorically.
Oh yes, I'm the great pretender. Just laughing and gay like a clown. I seem to be what I'm not.
No, select the great pretender. That is a big bold-faced lie. That is a big what? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand, crowd, what we have going on in the 50th anniversary of this country? And you know, if there was not a public-spirited Barbadian, we would not be here tonight having the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth being exposed. And you know what's sad? In London, in England, in 1963, there was something called the Profumo Affair. And listen carefully. There was a Secretary of War called John Profumo. And in March of 1963, it was revealed that he was having a relationship outside of his marriage with this lady, who was having a relationship with a Russian. Denied that it was. That lie by Profumo brought down the minister and brought down the government. It wasn't the relationship with the woman. It wasn't the fact that they feared that national security might have been breached. It was the lie to Parliament. But you know what is sad about tonight? And I came here telling you that I was depressed. Because in normal circumstances, that is what you would expect. But this government is too low to recognize high precepts. And therefore, I come here tonight not to ask the minister to resign, because it would be a waste of my breath, given all of their behavior to date. Bishop Atherley, you know what I mean from a year ago. I come here tonight not to ask the Prime Minister to reshuffle him out of the cabinet or to reshuffle him from finance, because make no mistake about it, those ministers have been walking about in the last 4 weeks, quivering in their boots, because the Prime Minister has warned them that he is about to do a reshuffle. But you know, and I know, that if I ask the Prime Minister to reshuffle the Minister of Finance for this misleading of Parliament, he would ignore it. So I have come here tonight
to at least ask and speak on your behalf. They have already shown their hand by wanting to report us to the Committee of Privileges. So be it. But I know, like you, that the Minister of Finance is your servant. And the Minister of Finance was voted for by the people of Barbados and appointed by the Prime Minister. So I've come here tonight to do what you would do with your child, to do what you would do with your grandchild, to do what you would do with your partner or anybody who do you wrong, to tell Chris Sinclair in your name, apologize to the people of Barbados for what transpired in Parliament this week. Apologize, Chris. Say sorry. Be a man and say sorry. And I want you to join with me and do one thing. Every time you see Chris Sinclair from here on in, every time you see Chris Sinclair from here on in, tell Chris, apologize before you talk to me. Say sorry before you talk to me. And for those young people in the audience, hashtag Margaret, hashtag apologize Chris, hashtag apologize Chris. Because you see, when that little girl from Springer Memorial refused to apologize, she spent 10 weeks out of school without an education. And when Jaquan, the athlete from St. Leonard's, the sprinter, when he wanted to represent the school again, what did he have to do? Apologize. And that is how he got in. And even Bill Clinton. Clinton didn't face impeachment proceedings for sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. He faced it for lying. And even Bill Clinton, as president of the United States of America, had to do what? Apologize. And I say to you tonight, I know Chris Sinclair is not John Profumo. And I know that Barbados, under this Democratic Labour Party, does not adhere to the principles of the Westminster system like Britain. But what you must ask is, what have you done to Chris Sinclair that could be so, cause him to make such a callous and have such a callous and indifferent approach and attitude to the facts? And you have the duty to demand the apology. You have it. And I say to you tonight, therefore, colleagues and friends, there's not a lot of long time left. It is about 19, 20 months left. And I ask you, the people, especially the people who have borne the brunt of the adjustment in this country, whole strain. Whole strain. The Barbados Labour Party understands its duty to you. The Barbados Labour Party understands that we have to allow people from the city and the country, from St. Lucie to St. Philip, to feel like Bajans who are proud of themselves in their own country again. And when you hear people complain about the 50th anniversary celebrations, and when you see the 8 million, or as Santia said, what will probably become more than $10 million in while spending, while people can't get help at the hospital, while people can't get their rent or their mortgages paid. When you see people complain about that as they did in the paper, because you have a prime minister who tells you it is non-negotiable. It is not because Bajans don't want to celebrate independence, but it is when the Bajans look at their mirror image of this government, they can find nothing in this government or its government's performance to cause them to want to celebrate anything. That is the reality. And we have to recognize that we need a government. Look, we don't want them to try bringing them more ideas. Because when they bring ideas, they bungle them. The only thing we are asking them to do is to have a heart, to be sensitive, to understand that people in this country are suffering, to understand that they need to stem the decline, to stop the bleeding. And I say to you tonight, therefore, hold tight. Hold tight. This is not the kind of government that you expect and want in the 50th year. You want a government that will listen to you. We will. You want a government that appreciates your suffering and your need to be able to have hope in this country, because when you look at your children and your grandchildren, you want to know that they will not have to walk the road that you walked. You want a government that understands that everybody must get their bills paid, not a handful of people who they call and tell, put in your invoice so you can get piece of change. And the majority of people can't get the bills paid in this country. You want a government that enforces the rule of law, from prime minister to gearbox if he were living. You want a government in this 50th year that will never waver in its commitment to you as a political party, whether in government or opposition, that will not easily throw your children to the wolves by removing free education. You want a government, ladies and gentlemen, we hear you, that will feel your pain, that will walk with you. And I, from this platform tonight, give you the assurance, it is only 19 or 20 more months. Hold strain. Hold strain. Because we in the Labour Party have the policies and the competence. You know that. Hold strain. Because we, when we finish completing our team, will be in a position to say to you that there can be a better life for our people. And we will, in the words of Martin Lord, we will not look down. We will always keep our head up high. And we will say with pride and dignity that people will always respect what Barbados means to you and to me. We will not have to hide and hold our heads down, because people cannot look in the mirror and tell the truth. We ask you, follow us. We have a month. Who we are, what we stand for, and what we will fight for in your name. And we will do that on the 8th of April. And then we have a massive excursion on National Heroes Day, the birthday of our founder leader, Grantley Adams, when we will share fellowship. Because after April 28th, it is going to be one straight marathon. If it is 18 months, 12 months, 6 months, 4 months, 20 months. Because Barbados must be rescued from this ragtag band of people who have ignored it, indifferent, incompetent, and most of all, have betrayed you, the people of Barbados. Good night, and God bless you.
Because it clearly is not true. I'm saying it is not true. I can categorically deny. I can categorically deny. I can categorically.
Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender. Just laughing and gay like a clown. I seem to be what I'm not, you see.
Comrades, we need